Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. Good morning and welcome to the 23rd edition of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray Memorial Lecture. May I now call upon our regional chairman, Mr. Devoshri Dattagupta, for his welcome note. He is actually a second generation ICC functionary. His father was an All India president and chairman. He is no more, so his ties with the ICC go back 2 generations. Devoshri.
Very good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to our Eastern Region offices of ICC's bigger events in a year as we celebrate the teachings and the spirit of the legendary Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. On behalf of everybody from ICC, I'm happy that our seniors from ICC is here. Our guru is here as well. So I hope that you will have a great time listening to all of them throughout the day. Again, thanking you from all of us from the Eastern Region office. Thank you for coming. Have a great time. Jai Hind.
May I now request ICC's Director General, Mr. Soti Selvam, to please come and give his comments. And we, along with Mr. Selvam, we are also fortunate to have Ms. Shraddha Rane, who's been a great support to the Eastern Region chapter. Thank you, both of you. Mr. Selvam, sir.
Good morning to everyone. Actually, it's a very emotional moment for me for 2 reasons. Because I've spent a lot of time here in Calcutta when I was working in Vamalari. Of course, most importantly, the emotional thing has come because this is the place where the father of India's chemistry, Acharya P. Ray, spent a lot of time. And when Dr. Anirudh Pandit, who is the chief guest of today's function, was garlanding, it definitely, it very, unforgettable moments it brought, actually. See, a person, Professor P.C. Ray was born and, he died also before India's independence. And India after that has gone through many phases in its development. But the very fact, everywhere we are remembering him, not only here, we are remembering in many institutions, means that he has contributed very, very significantly to the industry. See, what is very, very much required for anything is a strong foundation, a vision, a thought. I think that was provided by Acharya P.C. Ray, who incidentally is also the founder of our own organization, now it's called Indian Chemical Council, otherwise it used to be called as Indian Chemical Manufacturers Association. And Calcutta, you see, it's, anything, you talk in India, the first thing comes to your mind is Calcutta. Everything started from Calcutta. So that way, Mr. Acharya P.C. Ray has done a fantastic, start for the chemical industry, which is today valued about $220 billion US, and all of us are now well informed, I would say, through the social media about what's happening around. Now, the lot of favorable factors are there, And we are right now at 220, but the chemical industry is projected to touch a mark of 1 trillion by 2040. There are very favorable factors. The government is working very, very closely with the various stakeholders. And even, in fact, even tomorrow Sunday there is a meeting. The Ministry of Commerce has invited the various industry sectors to meet the minister himself. So that's the way things are going. Now coming back to Acharya P.C. Ray, I think how do you pay tributes to this great man? He has done a great job. We remember him after so many decades. Now the best way to pay tribute to him is to invite eminent persons to come and deliver the memorial lectures on topics of current interest. I think that way, we are very, very fortunate to have Professor Anirudh Pandit, the Vice Chancellor of ICT. He right now, even though there are a lot of IITs and various institutions in the country, I know at least we are working very, very closely with ICT. The way ICT is functioning is fantastic. I think I should give my full compliments. They're doing a great job. I think you must have recently also seen in the social media Mr. Mukesh Ambani, who is also an alumnus of ICT Mumbai, coming and then giving Guru Dakshina to Professor M.M. Sharma and then giving away 151 crores. Now that's known to people. There are many, many other things. Probably Pandit will know. So many people. That's because they're doing excellent research, and we are very, very fortunate to have Professor Pandit in this program to deliver this memorial lecture, and that itself is, in my opinion, a very, very big tribute to this great man. So thank you so much, sir. And we also have with us many CEOs, many distinguished personalities here, and I, on behalf of Indian Chemical Council, I wholeheartedly thank you for coming over here and be a part of this function. Very special thanks to our ICC Eastern Region team headed by Dattagupta sir and the entire team over here. It's very nice that things are happening and we are running a lot of programs. In fact, there are 3 events which are happening in memory, for this Acharya, around this Acharya PC Memorial. One is this memorial lecture, which is an yearly event. Now ICC Eastern Region has curated an excellent event involving the students and of various classes. That's the Chemistry Olympiad. Last year it started off. I think this year it has gained much more momentum. That's an excellent initiative. That's also in memory. It has been named as Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray Memorial Lecture Chemistry Olympiad 2.0. Second version, second edition is happening. Really good. That way, he will be remembered, of course. But through these initiatives, through these, work which we are doing, he will be better remembered. And not only that, see, the whole industry, whatever you say, whichever industry you talk of, chemistry is very much required. Even I'm a chemical engineer by background, but even I did not know that semiconductors, which is being talked about in big way, I don't know, some of you may be chemical engineering students here, 500 different chemistries are required for making semiconductors. It's not an easy thing. That chemistry is also a dicey thing. Okay, more than 95% of all manufactured goods in the world, chemistry is there. Without chemistry, you take anything, automobile, any sector, steel, chemicals are required. And so naturally, it's a very interesting field, especially, organic chemistry. It keeps on multiplying. Sometimes we say 80,000 products. Another country talks about 1 lakh product, 2 lakh product, 3 lakh products. So this is endless because it keeps on multiplying in terms of end users also. It's a very interesting field. As a body, industry body, not only we are representing the chemical industry only for policy advocacy and for running events, it's also we want students to take interest in chemical engineering and then join this industry, which is very, very interesting, which is very useful. There are a lot of different avenues available in this particular field. So as a industry body, let me also take a few words. As I said, this very Indian Chemical Council was the founder, one of the important founder is Acharya P.C. Ray, where we always, along with Raj Mitra Amin, he started this as an Indian Chemical Manufacturers Association. And now today we represent 80% of the India's chemical industry. I'm saying this, some of the MSMEs may not be there, right from Reliance to Indian Oil to anybody you make, name, big companies, small companies, they are all members, they are regular members, and there are a lot of associate members also who associate with us for various activities. So now we do a lot of other activities. I don't want to take much of your time, but one point which I wanted to stress here is, as a chemical industry body association, the uniqueness here is that we believe in the sustainable and responsible growth of chemical industry. That's the most important thing. It's not, growth is just, you cannot achieve, should not growth, especially any industry for the matter. Now you hear the word sustainability in a big way, but for chemical industry is very, very important. Sustainability encompasses many, many new areas. So we are very, very, very fortunate to have Professor Anirudh Pandit to talk on that subject today. The another important area is innovation. Because chemistry, as I said, it keeps on multiplying, new products, new applications. So the thrust for innovation is very, very important. So I'm extremely happy, sir. Once again, my sincere thanks for accepting to deliver this very memorable memorial lecture for Mr. P.C. Ray on innovation and sustainability. So with these few words, let me wish this function on behalf of ICC, and I'm very, very happy that I'm a part of this important function. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Selvam sir. I would now request Professor Anirudh Chandra Pandit sir, along with all the executive committee members, to come forward for the light lighting ceremony. We will also call our Director General sir and our Secretary General ma'am, please come and do the honors, which also includes garlanding of the picture as well. I now call upon Professor Dulal Mukherjee to pay a tribute to Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray.
Very distinguished personalities present here to pay their tribute to one of the greatest person the entire country has ever got. Once in many, many years comes a man through whom the entire scientific aspirations and achievement are manifested. Such a personality was Acharya P. Ray. He was contemporary to Rabindranath, Kadambini Ganguly. A little junior was Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee, Swami Vivekananda. A little senior was Sir Jagadish Chandra Bose. A galaxy of luminaries illuminated the entire country at that time. His early life is known to many persons. What I will try to give you in brief, and for that, little later I shall take help of some remarkable remarks made of him at that time. After his college life, which started in Metropolitan Institution, now it is known as Vidyasagar College in Calcutta, he intended to go to England for having his higher degrees in science. But financial situation did not permit him. Although he was a son of a Jomidar, his ancestral title was Rai Chaudhuri. His father used the title Rai Chaudhuri, but he omitted the Chaudhuri portion because the word Chaudhuri, that signifies a person who is very rich, a Jomidar, so he didn't like that. And from him, they began Rai, Prafulla Chandra Ray. At that time, such an idea was unbelievable. Anyway, when he tried to go to the foreign country for higher studies, he got a scholarship, the Gilchrist scholarship. And the condition of receiving that scholarship was that he must be proficient in at least 3 foreign languages. A very commendable job at that time. And ultimately, he was proficient in 6 foreign languages, including Greek, Latin, German, French, and he was a learned man. He was very much proficient in English literature, so much so that he could quote from his memory the works of Shakespeare. Once he said that he was a chemist by accident. He tried to be a man of literature and history, but he was inspired by one Alexander Pedler. At that time, he was a professor of chemistry in the Presidency College. And again, he came to another Alexander Cram Brown in Edinburgh University. And in 1885, he earned the BSc degree, and in 1887, the DSc degree. Upon return to India back, after 2-3 months gap, he didn't get any job at that time, and he joined the Presidency College in 1889 and served there. He joined as an assistant professor at a very meager salary. At that time, the rule was a Britisher will get a handsome salary and an Indian will get 1/3 of the salary that was received by a Englishman, by the British. Now on protest, he did not accept any salary for some time, but then they negotiated and ultimately he got the salary of 1/3 salary he accepted. His first important research was on mercurous nitrite. Mercurous nitrite was again an accidental discovery. He was asked to prepare a calomel electrode by one of his colleagues who wanted to do some experiment on electrochemistry. And while preparing calomel, they required pure mercury, and he wanted to purify mercury by the action of dilute nitric acid, and suddenly he found a yellow crystal, and that was the history behind the discovery of mercurous nitrite, and ultimately he was recognized as the master of nitrites by Armstrong. His entire research can be classified in nitrogen oxyacid and their metal derivatives, metal nitrites, of which mercurous nitrite deserves special mention, biocompounds and their metal derivatives, coordination compounds for platinum group metals, mercury alkyl or aryl compounds, fluorilation of some organic compounds, and isomorphism of chemical homology. From 1889 to 1916, he worked in Presidency College, and in this period, he authored 86 research papers, and his eminent associates were Roshiklal Dotto, Rajonal Ray, Hemendra Kumar Sen, Panchanan Niyogi, Nilratan Dhar, like Priyuda Ranjan Rai and etc. All of them are stalwarts. All of them are really brought glory to our country in different subjects and on different times. And in University College of Science, he joined in 1916, and he worked here up to 1933-34. After that, he became sick. But after the last day, that is, he expired on 16th of June 1944, he decided at the Science College, second floor. Now I shall just quote some of the remarks made of him by unbelievable stalwarts at that time. The first I shall use the quotation of Jagadish Chandra Bose. Jagadish Chandra Bose was very much influenced, very much impressed by his multifarious activity. In various line, he was very much active And recognizing that, Jagadish Chandra said, the combination of such qualities in single individual is indeed rare. There can be no higher example for the young generation to emulate. There is in Sir P.C. Ray the element of vigorous action which knows no rest. That is Jagadish Chandra's evaluation of Prafulla Chandra. His contemporary was Sri Rabindranath Tagore, Kabiguru Rabindranath Tagore. And on the occasion of the 70th birthday, Acharya Prafulla Chandra was felicitated by Bongyo Sahitya Parishad, at that time a very remarkably famous institution. Both Rabindranath and Acharya P.C. Ray was, although Sahitya Parishad, but they became vice president of that Sahitya Parishad. And Rabindranath wrote a citation on that occasion. Rabindranath and Upendranath Brahmachari, another big name you know. Upendranath Brahmachari, they contributed rupees 25 at that time for the success of the felicitation celebration. And Rabindranath said that the date of felicitation was December 11, 1932. Rabindranath said, I have tried to a very modest attempt to translate it. It was said in Bengali, and I am not the person to translate, please forgive me. I am not the man to translate it exactly, but I tried I made a very modest attempt to do that. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Prafulla Chandra on his esteemed position, which has the remarkable ability to awaken the consciousness of his students. It is not to be merely a transfer of knowledge, but rather an offering of his own self, resulting in the manifestation of his true self. The Upanishads delve into the profound desire of the One, that is Brahma, to be manifested in various forms. This yearning, where the One exists in multiple manifestations, serves as the foundation of all the creation. Acharya Prafulla Chandra's creation aligned with this principle. His spirit was enriched by his presence among his students, a testament to his unwavering generosity. Acharya has established a replacement legacy in the realm of industrious work, not through stone, but through love. This is the existence that we will hold in high regard. Mahatma Gandhi said of him, it is difficult to believe that the man with simple Indian dress and wearing simpler manner could possibly be the great scientist and professor. It took my breath away when I heard that out of his princely salary, he kept only a few rupees for himself, and the rest he devoted of public uses, and particularly for helping poor students. Acharya Ray had set up an example of ceaseless service, enthusiasm, optimism, of which we all be proud. A commemorative souvenir was published by the Calcutta University at that time, during the centenary of Acharya P.C. Ray's. And there, his own student in Presidency College was the then Rashtrapati Rajendra Prasad, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Dr. Rajendra Prasad wrote of him, not only was he a pioneer of chemical education, research and chemical industries in the country, but he was also something more. He practically spent himself for the social, intellectual, cultural, and economic regeneration of India, struggling for a place among the free nations of the world. His sincere patriotism, his life of ascetic self-denial, his unbounded sympathy for the poor, his unfailing solicitude for the welfare of the students, and his ready accessibility won him love, reverence, and admiration of all. This is the most significant remark made by Rajendra Prasad. Prafulla Chandra has a very tremendous regard for his esteemed philosopher of his life, Rolf Waldo Emerson. His ideology was, in this world, not to get, but to give. Not for prosperity, but to suffer for the benefit of others. In the July 15, 1944, an issue of the Nature Journal, an obituary was published after his passing, which stated, it was by the enthusiasm for research with which he inspired his students that he will be best remembered. Late Hiren Mukherjee, the famous member of the parliament, said, his life is a heap of treasure that neither moth nor rust can corrupt, and even unworthiness of his legacy can sully. As I mentioned before, that Prafulla Chandra was an exceptionally gifted linguist and possessed proficiency in many languages. He wrote 2 books, one in two volumes. One, the life and experiences of a Bengali chemist, and secondly, a history of Hindu chemistry. In the it is in fact, actually, his autobiography was a history of intellectual renaissance in Bengal as part of the larger enlightenment of India and the 19th century of the 19th century and in the early decades of the 20th century. In the preface of his autobiography, he remarked, he started like this: while a student at Edinburgh, I found to my regret that every civilized country, including Japan, was adding to the world's stock of knowledge, but that unhappy India was lagging behind. Always I dreamt a dream that, God willing, a time would come when she too would contribute her quota. Half a century has since then rolled by. My dream I have now the gratification of finding fairly materialized. A new era has evidently dawned upon India. Her sons have taken kindly to the zealous pursuit of different branches of science. May the torch thus kindled burn with greater brilliance from generation to generation. I am mentioning this only to show, only to emphasize that he was equally respectful for the past and for the future. He expressed his desire that future generation should contribute equally as the other country, and that was his desire. We are really fully satisfied. I was his 3rd generation. The students probably the 6th generation. And he was respectful to the future. And that future, once I had the occasion of attending the birth centenary of Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose, which was organized by the Bose Institute, a very neighboring institute. There, Pandit Radhakrishnan came, and Pandit Radhakrishnan said, the future is always brighter than the past. Had it not been so, the civilization could not have been progressed so far. So we're really very much hopeful to our future that you will do something for the glory of our country. In the preface in the concluding part of the preface of the history of Hindu chemistry, he wrote, the Hindu nation with its glorious past and the vast latent potentialities look forward to a still more glorious future. And if the perusal of these pages will have the effect of stimulating my countrymen to strive for regaining their old position in the intellectual hierarchy of nations, I shall not have labored in vain. Here, he paid respect to the past. Prafulla Chandra Ray established the Bengal Chemical and Pharmaceutical Works in 1892, utilizing very small savings, about rupees 2,000 only. And that became the very huge company later on. The Bengal Chemical represents not only a mere just a factory, it is the representative of self-confidence. It embodies everything: self-confidence, self-determination, industrial development, employment regeneration, and poverty alleviation. When he reached the age of 60, he was due to retire from Science College also. A little history is there. He retired from Presidency College at the age of 55, and then he had been requested by the then Vice Chancellor, Ashutosh Mukherjee, to take the charge of the Pali professorship newly founded at that time. He accepted with gratitude to serve his alma mater, and he was due to retire in 1921 on reaching the age of 60. Again, he was only like the exception. Nobody was requested to accept that position after retirement. So the sole exception, he was requested to accept the position again of the same professorship, Pali professorship. He agreed, but only one condition. He will accept a salary of only 1 rupee per month, and the rest of his salary he deposited in the treasury of Calcutta University. Later on, from that huge sum, various scholarships, various beneficial activities were made out of that fund. And in 1924, Indian Chemical Society was founded, and then he donated about 10,000 rupees to erect those rooms in the second floor of Calcutta University, and he requested the authority to give 2 rooms for the use of Indian Chemical Society. It is still there. Sir, you have gone today, that room, and that room was the donation of Calcutta University through Acharya P. Prafulla Chandra had great admiration and affection for his pupils, Meghnad Saha, Satyendranath Bose, etc. When he was giving felicitation on the verge of retirement from Presidency College, he was again felicitated, and somebody asked him, what do you think about your own creation? Prafulla Chandra said, my best creation. He pointed towards Meghnad Saha, Satyendranath Bose, and he said that my best creation are Prafulla Chandra, Gyan Chandra Ghosh, Meghna Saha, Satyendranath Bose, Gyanendranath Mukherjee. He was so much affectionate he was so much respectful to his students. And these students, you cannot believe, they brought the glory. They are the icon, they are the hero in the scientific field. I will take only 1 or 2 minutes. When C.V. Raman was yet to get Nobel Prize, at that time, PCI made a remark of C.V. Raman, my colleague Raman is a host in himself. If this temple of science had produced just one Raman and nothing else, it will have amply justified the expectation of its founder. When, amidst a catastrophic flood in Bengal, 2 minutes, amidst a catastrophic flood in Bengal, he dedicated himself to providing social service with missionary zeal. Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee expressed his profound admiration for this notable endeavor, saying that he is the guardian angel of suffering humanity. Prafulla Chandra was a believer in Bhagavad Gita, which said, Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. You have a right to do work, but don't expect anything of your work. He evaluated himself. I have no sense of success on any large scale in things achieved, but have the sense of having worked and having found happiness in doing so. Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray was the pioneering figure in the development of modern chemistry in India. Based on the information provided in the preceding paragraphs, it is evident that his selfless life and unwavering dedication established a profound transcendental idealism that should be cherished from generation to generation. On this auspicious occasion, it is my proud privilege to stand before you to offer my tribute to the great soul of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dulal Mukherjee, for your wonderful and heartfelt insights into the life of Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. We now come to the first lecture, and I have two options. I can read Professor Pandit's abridged CV, which will take around 30 minutes, or I can request Professor Pandit to come and deliver his lecture on innovation and sustainable development chemical industry, and there are some brief highlights are here. Rest of you can definitely go home and use the Google to find out what all Professor Pandit has done. We are indeed privileged, sir, to have you here.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, it's an honor to be giving this 23rd memorial lecture in the memory of the pioneer and the father figure, I wouldn't say Indian chemistry, but Indian industrial chemistry and Indian applied chemistry, and also a pioneer of Indian chemical industry. All his work, if you look into it, the science was evaluated with an application in mind, always. It wasn't a science just for the sake of satisfying intellectual curiosity, but it was a science meant for coming out with innovation and coming out with products which would help the society in general in terms of their health, their well-being, so on and so forth. And Professor P.C. Ray continued all his life this mission or this pursuit of industrial chemistry as a mission of his life, and has given all of us a tremendous inspiration. Professor Dulal just correctly mentioned the attitude with which he approached the subject. He had a respect for the past, the history. He was present in presence, and he also had a future, a hope for the future. Now, all of us, this is a golden rule. We must respect our history in terms of what we have done and what we need to do and what we should not do, considering being aware of your presence and what we want to do for future, and that indeed addresses the issue of sustainability. What I am going to talk about, as the title suggests, I am just going to follow the theme which was followed by Professor P.C. Ray, and what I am going to do is try to formalize this. See, all of you would remember and would understand that as soon as the scale of operation increases, some standardization sets in. You would have seen earlier there were no ISO standards. Many people were manufacturing their own way. Then ISO standards came. Now, ISO standards doesn't necessarily mean you are making the best of the product, but whatever product which you are making it consistently the same. And that is what ISO standard means. In the past few years, the concept and word of innovation and sustainability has become a cliche. So it was thought and felt necessary that these words also need to be formalized and needs to be also brought in ISO standards. And I will talk about it in due course of time. Next slide, please. Oh yes, thank you. So the talk is going to give you a glimpse of, first try to understand, offer certain definitions of what do we mean and understand by innovation and sustainability. Is there something which is called as sustainable innovation? Sustainability initiatives which are taken by various companies and how they have addressed this issue of enterprise sustainability. That is how long the enterprise is likely to continue, likely to exist, likely to perform, likely to be profitable. Then we will talk about some highlights about sustainable innovations in the global context as well as in Indian context. What are the different methods which are taught in chemical engineering? I'll come back to it because chemical engineers are most suited to understand this concept of sustainability. And then sustainability innovations from emerging problems of India, with some case studies depending upon the time permits and some future way forward. ISO 56000. This defines innovation as a new or changed entity realizing or redistributing value. Others have different definition, but if you want to follow and want to recognize a company as an innovative company, you need to clearly find out and clearly define what is that thing new which you have done in a company, and then it can be categorized as innovative company. Creativity and innovation, how different they are. Creativity is the production of novel and useful ideas by an individual and a group or a group of individuals working together, and innovation is translating this particular idea within an organization for the benefit of the organization as well as a general society. So that's the difference between creativity and innovation. As you can imagine, innovation doesn't remain in the head of somebody. In the organization, innovation needs to be translated into something which is going to be useful for society as well as the enterprise. These are some of the innovations. I am not going to dwell upon it a bit more, mainly because you all are aware. What needs to be understood, I think, sit here, this will help me better. Sustaining innovation is improvement of a product or services based on the known need of the current customers. Converting color television, black and white television to color television, picture tube to flat screen. These were some of the needs in terms of size, bulk, reduction in the space, so on and so forth. Whereas disruptive innovation, in contrast, refers to a process by which a new product or service creates a new market, eventually displacing the established competitors. Nobody sees now a transistor radio, everything is there in your mobile. Cameras are getting defunct. They are also incorporated into mobile. These are all disruptive innovations. Nobody buys a picture film these days to put it in the camera. Everything is digitized. And you have heard the stories. It's okay. You have heard the stories where a company like Kodak, which used to be the leaders in chemical films, got completely taken over and could not survive. No, I'm fine, thanks. Could not survive because they thought digital innovation was not going to come and they will survive charging for the films. What are the innovation models which one can follow? There is something which we call as a radical innovation, which is also sometimes a disruptive innovation. Establish a new domain design or dominant design, and hence a new set of core design concept. You are making finally the same product, but make it completely different. And in chemistry, in chemical engineering, you have to make the same product, you have multiple routes following in the chemistry, and depending upon the prices and the availability of raw materials, you follow different routes so that your enterprise sustains and survives making the same product. Incremental innovation refines and extends an established design. Now, anyone who knows and runs the chemical industry as associated with the chemical industry, you'll always find the targets which are given to the engineers is reduce your utility consumption. Per ton of the product which you make, reduce the energy consumption, reduce the utility consumption, reduce the raw material consumption, improve the selectivity and the yields. Now that is a continuous incremental innovation which you carry out. Modular innovation, innovation that changes only the core design concept of a technology. It's like using X reactor versus Y reactor. You want to carry out a drying operation, you want to carry out a filtration operation. Can we combine filtration and drying in one set of unit or one equipment? Now that is a modular innovation. And there are many other innovations also can be identified. They could be in the social sector or religious sector or innovation for the sake of sustainability itself. Sustainability is usually defined as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It includes different aspects. I'll give an example of it. Intra and trans-generational social equity, preservation of nature, economic prosperity. Now, economic prosperity doesn't necessarily mean you continue to grow, ignoring the environment, ignoring the surroundings. This era, sustainable development is setting rules of new solution which will lead to us a better future. How many of you have heard the concept of Earth Overshoot Day? Anybody? I would request you to go back and read it on the net. Earth Overshoot Day addresses the amount of energy which is received by one nation as against amount of energy which it uses for their annual activity. The only energy received by the nation depends upon the solar energy, because there is no other energy which is coming to the earth. Earth is an isolated adiabatic system. The only input which comes on this earth is the solar energy, nothing else, and this solar energy manifests itself in different forms, whether it is crude oil over a period of millions of years, or whether it is biomass getting renewed every year, or any other. Everything boils down to the incident solar energy. The word Earth Overshoot Day, and you can also define a country's overshoot day, it means a country is receiving X amount of energy, and if you consume X amount of energy by 31st of December of that year, you are following a perfect sustainability curve. However, if X amount of energy is received annually by your country, depending upon your area, and the average solar incident energy, and you consume X amount of energy by 30th of June itself, that energy, which clearly indicates that starting from 1st July till 31st of December, you have used energy which is going to fall upon you next year. You have exceeded your annual input energy. You have consumed it in the month of June itself, and you are borrowing it from the next year. Now, when you say you are borrowing it from the next year, who are you asking? Are you asking your children? Are you asking your grandchildren? Can we use your energy to maintain the standard of living today? And if they say no, then you'll have to curtail this reduction in the energy. Before the so-called our open market in 1992, India's overshoot day was 27th of December. What it indicated that India was using incident energy by 27th of December, and only 4 or 5 days of subsequent end of December was being borrowed from next year. After opening up an Indian economy galloping at the rate of 7, 8, 10, 12% at some point of time, today our India's overshoot day is 27th of July. What it clearly indicated that from August to December, 4 months, we are borrowing it from the next year. We are borrowing it from our future generation, where they don't have any say in this particular matter. So it is necessary for us to look into this. And that is what I mean by meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation. Right? This is what is the basic concept of sustainability. I can't get tired of showing this particular quote of Einstein, we cannot solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. We have to have a complete paradigm shift in our thinking. We created these problems by going after, I would say, only GDP as a criteria to address the growth of the nation, ignoring the environment, ignoring the needs of our future generation. So that cannot be. It is the growth and the environment, GDP growth and the environment has to go hand in hand, and there are techniques which are available. It's not that there are no techniques available. In earlier days, we used to have, before the oil or crude oil became prevalent, everything used to be expressed in terms of equivalent tons of coals of energy, assuming certain calorific value of the coal. When oil became prevalent, we started expressing it in terms of barrels of oil equivalent. Now people are realizing, though with a big question mark, whether this oil is also going to be permanently available to us or not. The only thing which is permanently available, when I say permanently meaning at least in our known lifetime, is solar energy. So we must think in terms of now solar energy equivalent. It's the time has gone to think in terms of fossil fuel equivalent. We have to have a standard or a benchmark and a matrix which is based on solar energy equivalent. And again, these techniques are available. Another technique which needs to be utilized for addressing the issue of sustainability. How many of you are from chemical engineering and chemistry background? Very good. Now you see, you always talk about, you see a movie and you see a drama, and when you see that hero-heroine pair acting beautifully, you always say that there exists a chemistry between them. You never say there exists a mathematics between them, there exists a physics between them. It's always the chemistry. So chemistry is very much a fundamental science. You wake up in the morning, till you go to bed, you look at every activity which you carry out, you will find chemistry has a dominant role to play. And chemistry itself will show you the path of sustainability. What is that thing which has sustained for so long? The only thing which has sustained for so long is the environment and the nature. What does it do? It employs the principle of circularity. A product and a wastage of someone, the wastage becomes a raw product, a raw material for the next course of transformation, so on and so forth. And whatever material which exists in the country, in the earth, is being recycled in different forms. So it's high time now that we stop exploring the resources which were collected over millions of years and start looking now as the waste which we have generated as a next resource. And there are plenty of opportunities which are there. And we'll talk about it in detail next few slides. So flexibility, adaptability and sustainable innovations are key characteristics of new leading sustainable organizations. There is no precise or established definition. I have just explained you a few things. It defining economic development as a creation of private and social wealth to ultimately eliminate harmful impacts on ecological systems, human health and communities. In sustainable innovation, sustainability considers environment, social, financial are integrated into company systems from idea generation to research, that is essentially creativity to innovation, and development, R&D, that's translation, and finally commercialization. This applies to products, services, technology, as well as new businesses and new models to organize or to run your system. Yeah. Level 1 of sustainable innovation, incremental or small progress improvements to exist. Level 2, redesign or green limits, that is define your system boundaries. Now the system boundary, the largest system boundary which you can do or check is look at Earth as one system. People, I also happen to be a chairman of Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change for giving industrial licenses, environmental certificates, right? EC clearance. Now there we have now introduced that you just cannot show the profitability and sustainability of the business. You have to do a complete life cycle analysis. Life cycle analysis is again a different approach which looks into cradle to grave. To make a product, what sort of raw materials you are using, how these raw materials are brought into your premises, how you make a product, then when you sell that product, where does that product go? After the usage of the product, does it get assimilated into environment or you just dump it? Now then that dumping becomes now a next resource for you. It's high time you start thinking about that. So when you are doing it, it is not sufficient for you to limit your LC analysis from cradle to gate. That means from raw materials to the factory gate. As long as it comes out of your factory gate, your responsibility is over. No, it doesn't happen that way. You have to look at it in terms of what is the final life or final fate of that particular material. You go to European countries now, you want to buy a new toaster. You got to return the old toaster to the consumer. It's the responsibility of a seller to take care of that particular toaster properly before he sells the new toaster to you. Similar concept in terms of circularity and usage of waste as a next resource can be brought in. Level 3, functional and product alternatives, and level 4, design for a sustainable society. Mitigate, adhere, win and build. These are the 4 pillars of sustainable innovation and sustainable business. Mitigating business risks, that's the first thing, because if you survive, then only you will be able to implement. Then adhering to the industry norms, the regulations, responsibilities, over and above the regulations which are stated, your own environmental responsibility. You all probably industry people know that you have a CSR, that is corporate social responsibility. 2% of your profits are to be spent on some social activity. Now, in addition to that, before you start a project, you have to spend 1% of the total project cost as CER, that is corporate environmental responsibility. So 1% of your project cost has already increased because you have to think in terms of the kind of carbon dioxide emissions which you are going to add to the atmosphere. What are you going to do about it? How you are going to address those, mitigate those. So this has now become a norm, and it is becoming a norm. So the growth and sustainability and environmental protection has to go hand in hand. These are some of the examples. I'm not going to dwell upon it. All of you probably have known this, whether it is Nike, Adidas, Unilever, Nestle, Walmart. You will find that majority of these are innovations coming from Western end. And all these are well established, profitable companies. Now they have started realizing. See, company doesn't realize it at the stage when they are trying to set up a new enterprise. When the enterprise becomes successful, it starts making profit. That is the time we have to start now thinking, can I just continue to sit on my laurels of running a successful business? But if I'm interested in continuing running this business for the next 50 years, 100 years, will this business sustainable the way I am running it? Or can I keep on adding and improving upon this business to make it more sustainable? And I think I need not elaborate as far as Kolkata is concerned, because there are so many industries in Kolkata who have been running for more than 100 years, 150 years, have been addressing these particular issues. Whether they address it out of business compulsion or whether they address it out of environmental need, doesn't matter. But the realization has started coming now that in addition to the business needs, they also need to look at the environment and the sustainability of this business in the overall situation. In biopharma, Pepsi, car manufacturing like BMW, Toyota, now everybody is pushing electric vehicles, right? People are converting solar energy using solar photovoltaic cells. Solar photovoltaic cells now at least can run for 15 to 20 years, guaranteed 15 to 20 years. Electricity coming from it has become significantly cheaper. But now, after 15 or 20 years, what happens to these solar photovoltaic cells? When they started coming in, the total quantum of energy which was required to make a photovoltaic cell was more than what it could produce total electricity in their lifetime. As a result of which it was used only for some remote applications where it could not be sustained. Today, we have got 15-20 years, that means you can run it and get significantly higher overall return on energy. Return on energy, that is, what is the energy which you put in to make a product and what sort of energy returns which you get on the product. So ROI, which is not return on investment, but now return of investment needs to be associated with return of energy. Now, once you start addressing these issues, you will be in a position to address the issues of sustainability very well. So, whenever you are looking at this, you need to look at all the 17 sustainable development goals. Now, I am happy to tell that all these 17 sustainable development goals, some sort of work is going on ICT, and if you look at the publications which are coming from ICT, you will find that at least one or two publications in this, each of the sustainable development goals are available in the literature. We are pursuing this particular activity of sustainability very, very vigorously. These are again some of the examples which are coming from Indian industry: transparent solar play, edible cutlery, a bin, sea bin for the ocean for clearing the floating garbage. Now you have seen that in VT terminus, that is Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, railway terminus at Mumbai, they have prepared what is called as electricity generation using a piezoelectric device where people walk and every step produces certain amount of energy. It is being run on a pilot basis, and if it is successful, it can be implemented everywhere. And it is actually human energy being converted into electrical energy, at least to service some of the requirements. Automatically regulated temperature control, software finds energy losses in buildings, and I'll tell you about this in a minute. Right, this is again conversion of waste into useful products, which is essentially biogas or any other renewable form of energy. These are typical Indian innovations: organic dairy farming. They are fairly simple, nothing complicated, no rocket science, but it requires a fundamental approach which only is taught to chemical engineers and chemistry graduates in terms of their understanding of stoichiometry of chemical conversions and the energy and balance required in case of chemical industry running. We also have solar air conditioning, infant warmer, that is essentially to take care of early born infants or prematurely born infants, to maintain their, also available, developed and now available in the various hospitals. Wind hybrid solar charger, solar concentrator. Things are happening, things are moving, but not at the pace at which it needs to happen. My only request to you all is learn something from this particular exercise, and once you are in a position to get tuned to this orientation of looking and practicing your profession, keeping sustainability in mind all the time, you would be in a position to address this issue of sustainability, and you can proudly say that I am following my profession in a sustainable way, in such a way that I am not harming the future generation in any of my activities currently pursued. These are some of the innovation, some of the achievements of Indian industry, refinery, plastics, synthetic fibers. Now you will find that all of this are now getting and coming back, and people are addressing how I can recycle rubber, how I can recycle plastic, how I can recycle synthetic fibers. And you find many innovations are coming up. Right? The rate at which it is being recycled is still not up to the mark, but I am sure the day is not far off where setups and enterprises have been established to actually have a complete business model only on the basis of recycled or waste material. Now this is what is going to be our future. Right? So in case of food processing, medicine, biomaterials, water and wastewater treatment, any new industry now, you want to start a chemical industry, minimum of 30% of the total water consumption has to be recycled water. To start with, you establish your units in such a way that at least 30% of the water which you are going to use in a chemical industry is going to be recycled back. Now this is expected to grow gradually over a period of 5 to 10 years, and then at some point of time it will be completely self-sufficient, total recycle of the water. Again, in the agriculture sector, being a renewable form itself, you have a huge opportunities which exist in recovery, recycle and continuous reuse. Compost making, sugar mill, alcohol production, these are all renewable forms of energy or resources, and which can be sustainably exploited and continue to be exploited for the future applications. So this is what is the key to everything. The key is what we learn as material and energy balance. Now once you understand input-output accumulation in any system, you will be in a position to understand any activity, whether it is finance, whether it is production, whether it is services. The only thing you got to remember, and don't forget, this is in fact the first subject which is taught in the first year of chemical engineering, material and energy balance. This is your bread and butter. Do not forget that, because this itself can be utilized for addressing the issues of sustainability. So energy input, energy output, accumulated energy. And the last concept which I am going to talk about, this is just gives you typical unit operations which are performed in chemical industry. There are unit processes which are used. And some of the emerging areas where sustainability is specifically required is soil productivity, crop and fruit storage. Almost 20% of our vegetables and fruit crops get spoiled because of lack of storage facilities. Water cleaning, again, though India in terms of total annual rainfall is more than what our requirement is, it is not evenly distributed. We have floods, we have drought prone areas, both. So that also needs to be looked at. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, waste management, I have already said this, that waste is the next resource which you need to be exploited. So emerging problems ahead of chemical engineers and waiting for sustainable innovations in India. Technology for improved water supply, sanitation system, simple and inexpensive water treatment, wastewater treatment, improved water supply and sanitation system, cost-effective water treatment, wastewater treatment, and cost-effective efficient technologies. I think I have just about to exceed my time, so maybe another 5 minutes. I was given 40 minutes, so another 5 minutes and I'll stop. I've got many more slides here, but they are more descriptive, giving the what you can call it as the case studies which have been carried out. I'm leaving my entire set of transparencies here. Those who are interested are welcome to use these particular transparencies. I would request the organizers to share these transparencies and the entire set of PPT. There are 116 slides, so you can use it. Any questions, queries, you can ask. I just want to ask one thing to this. There are different devices which have been expressed or which have been explained. Just want to ask, how many of you know the second law of thermodynamics? First law of thermodynamics? First law of thermodynamics is nothing but mass and energy can only be interchanged. It cannot be created or destroyed. Right? E is equal to mc square. I'm sure you must have read this at some point of time. So this is essentially a first law of thermodynamics. Now, second law of thermodynamics tells you the randomness has to increase in the system, which is essentially also termed as entropy. Now, entropy of the system has to increase. The system needs to be isolated for its entropy to increase, and the isolated system is there in front of you, and that isolated system is Earth, because it receives only solar energy, nothing else in terms of materials. So when you have something like this, and you go on making product after product after product, continue to increase the production every year, what you are doing is essentially bringing the raw materials which are in the disordered state into an ordered form, which is your product. If you are increasing the order in one activity, the disorder has to increase somewhere. On Earth, if you are going to go after more and more production, somewhere else that disorder has to increase. And where does this disorder increase? This disorder increases in nature. This disorder increases in environment. You will find that 1992, we used to have a fairly regular monsoon. We used to have a fairly regular rain pattern. But you see what has happened in the past 8-10 years or so. Monsoon has become irregular. Monsoon has become random. Somewhere you have loads of rain. Somewhere you don't have any rain. And this is essentially a manifestation of randomness or a chaos in our system. And you cannot avoid it. You just cannot avoid it. Second law of thermodynamics cannot be defeated. So we have to remember that you got to carry out this activity not essentially only to target the growth rate, whether it is 6.4% or with Trump's tariff, it is going to go down by 30% point to 6.3 or 6.1. You also look at the environment, because that is what is going to address the sustainability of our nation, address and ensure the future of the next generation, and we are responsible for it. If we do not act responsibility today, our future generation is going to question us, why did you do it without asking us? And we will not have any answers to those questions. Let us not be responsible for this. Let us not be in that boat where we do not have answers to our future generation, to our children, and being able to address their future issues today. Thank you very much again for giving me an opportunity to discuss these things with you, especially the younger generation. Even if one or two concepts get into your head and you start thinking about it, my job as a teacher, I would consider, would have been achieved. Thank you again. I'll be more than happy if you have any queries, questions.
Anyone?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I have a question about the solar panels.
From?
Solar panels. So, following sustainability, we are using a lot of solar panels these days, and around 20 years back, we started using them great deal. But I have seen the statistics that by 2050 or around that, around 78 millions of solar panel silicon waste is going to be produced. The solar panels contain a lot of heavy metals like cadmium, tellurium, lead. So that seems like kind of a blunder. Following sustainability, we are creating some kind of poisons. So in future, how are we going to tackle those poisons?
That's precisely what I said, is all these defunct solar panels and the heavy metals which are there, we have to come up with a device to recycle and recover these materials.
Another thing,
I'll tell you, I mean, people are thinking about it. You go to Netherlands, Netherlands has got specific dumping sites. You understand what is a dumping site? Right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Anybody understands a dumping site? Dumping site is the solid waste which is dumped. Right? And then, now to dump a waste of a waste containing a specific material, you have a designated site. That if you have a metal waste or a solid waste containing, let's say, nickel as a material, as a metal, then there is a dumping site, a specified dumping site. You can only dump that particular solid there. If you have something like a chromium waste, and of course you need to ensure that the chromium doesn't leach out, but you have a secured landfill taking care of the chromium waste. Why this is being done that way? Simple reason is, today the cost of nickel, the cost of chromium is X. Maybe 50 years down the line, when you say the cost of nickel and cost of chromium will be very high, and today it may not be economically viable to recover that nickel and chromium from that particular waste, but 50 years down the line, this will be possible for you to recover it economically. So these dumping sites of today will become future mines of tomorrow. That is the way you address the sustainability. Second question you were asking.
We look at the most companies or the producers who have the more money, they always often run behind the benefits. And recycling solar panels are a lot more expensive than other options we have. So how are you going to convince the people that we have to spend more money for the sustainability? Because people often run behind the benefits.
See, in a long run, subsidies, whether in the form of recycle, whether in the form of environment, is not going to survive. To be able to adopt it, you got to come up with technologies, innovations, which will make the recycled material recovery, useful recovery, as competitive as the usage of the newer raw materials. Right? Today, the cost of electricity using solar photovoltaic cell is available at 2 rupees 70 paise, 2 rupees 80 paise, whereas thermal electricity availability is not less than 6 rupees or 7 rupees a kilowatt hour. Why this is so? Subsequently, people would make money in the next 40-50 years. There would be a time now to recycle and recover. They would have earned their money. Now they will start spending money on innovation and developing technologies for recycling of these solar photovoltaic cells. So that thought has to be kept in mind when you are expanding, when you are growing. That's all there is to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Sir, as you have mentioned about the sustainability, how sustainable is it to make a solar photovoltaic paint so that we can coat up the buildings with that and could protect the buildings from any kind of harmful radiations or something?
I think solar photovoltaic paints have already been made. I gave you an example is a solar spray paint. There have been now paints also available which will mitigate the carbon dioxide. So essentially you say titanium dioxide paint which is having not rutile grade but other photoactive titanium dioxide can also act as a catalyst material to have carbon dioxide absorbed from the surroundings and reduce the carbon dioxide level. Innovations are continuously happening. Now today those innovations are not economically comparable in terms of the solutions, but when the quantities which are made are larger, the scales of operation increase, definitely it will become economically viable at some point of time. Thank you. Okay, if there are no more questions, thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pandit. May I now take this honor and privilege to ask everybody to rise and give a standing ovation to what a fantastic presentation by Professor Pandit. Unbelievable. I would also request our Director General, Sri Swati Selvam sir, please come forward and present a token of appreciation to Professor Pandit. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pandit. Now we move on to a technical session on paper presentation. The session will be moderated by Shamiji Debaggonando and Dr. Asananda Mondol. Please, sir. Please, Shamiji.
A very good morning to all of you. So for the last almost 2-3 hours, we have heard many valuable addresses, valuable information we received from many reputed people. So I need not to say basically what we have gained. It's tremendous, obviously we are all aware. But now what I would like to say that after hearing so many new things from the old voices, now let us see what the new voices can generate, because this is very important what we believe. And from that perspective, we have a technical presentation session which is being conducted by Indian, for this particular purpose you can say. And in the first sessions, we will have 3 papers, and in the second sessions, we may have 5-6 papers. But one important thing is to know that so far what we have heard, there is no, you can say, evaluation done for awarding the best presentations. But now there is a chance for the new brains. They can compete each other, and finally we'll see how these 2-3 brains will be recognized by all the people present here. So with this, now let me say that we have got our Swamiji, who is almost known to all of you. I need not to mention about, I'll just request him to say a few words or 2-3 good words so that the presenters will be energized and to give their best. And myself, I am from industry. I have worked with ONGC for more than 34 years. And my experiences were not only in offshore or onshore oil fields, but also in marketing. So the financial aspects of the challenges what the fossil fuels we had, that already were handled by us. And now this particular company, ONGC, is not only engaged for oil and gas only, they are also going for the renewable energies, for taking the big step of energy sustainability. That is all about me, and so I'll request Swamiji just to say a few words about him.
We are eagerly waiting to listen to the youngsters, and time is a constraint. So naturally, please restrict yourself. What is the timing for? 10 plus 2, yes. So please restrict yourself within this timing. This is number one. I listened to Professor Pandit first time in 1992 when I was, from Ramakrishna Mission, I went to one KC College of Mumbai, and they were organizing a UGC vocationalization education program, and I was mesmerized. Still I remember. And I got the same. Afterwards, so many times I listened to. I'm also very thankful to my old friend, Mr. Selvam. We had a lot of interactions earlier, and also the other dignitaries. So let us start the presentation.
Thank you, sir. So we are going for the right business right now to listen from the new brains. First we have got Sheikh Asif. Is he here right now? Sheikh Asif from University of Calcutta Department of Chemistry. Okay, then we will include him later on. The next one is Shraddha Sinha. Is she here? Shraddha, can you load your presentation? Yeah. So Shraddha Sinha is a student from Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Calcutta, and her title of presentations will be column-based adsorptive removal of methylene blue and aniline blue using water hyacinth roots. So we'll listen for first 10 minutes from her, and then we'll have a question answer for 2 minutes. Shraddha, if you are ready, just start.
Good morning, everyone. Today, firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I am Shraddha Sinha, a research scholar from University of Calcutta. Today, I'm going to present my work, which is column-based adsorptive removal of two synthetic dyes, that is methylene blue and aniline blue, using a very low-cost green adsorbent, and that is water hyacinth root. So my presentation will follow these contents. Firstly, we start with introduction, and then we will follow with objectives, experimental methods, result discussion, and the safe disposal of the adsorbents. So for the introduction, methylene blue and aniline blue both are very toxic synthetic dyes which is used in textile industry basically. They are carcinogenic, causes various health problems in human, and actually the worst problem is that the dyes in wastewater stops the penetration of sunlight into the aquatic ecosystem, and the animals and the plants living in the aquatic ecosystem are harmed by them. Okay, and it accumulates in the food chain, in the fish, and finally to the human body. These are the treatment methods, which are physical, biological, and chemical, and these have some limitations. That is time consuming, and mostly these are expensive. So our motive is to less the cost, basically, and for that we are using the water hyacinth roots. That is, water hyacinth is actually an invasive species to the aquatic system, and in the aquatic system, water hyacinth causes eutrophication. We all know that, and we are collecting the roots of water hyacinth ecosystem as our adsorbents for their sustainable and renewable materials, cost effectiveness, minimal effort to reach to the result. So these are my objectives. Basically, evaluate the different operating parameters for these adsorbents, and to find out the dye removal capacity, to quantify the various models in our study, and to evaluate the total cost effectiveness. So I have already told why I have chosen the water hyacinth root as my adsorbent. So you can see there are very effective functional groups like hydroxyl and carboxyl, which involves in the adsorption mechanism, and they have very less environmental impact. They are not causing any pollution to the environment, overall reducing the carbon footprint. So my plan of work is like this. We have taken the operating parameter as bed height, flow rate, and dye concentration. Finally, this is my setup of column study. Coming to the characterization of the adsorbents, you can see the same images. Left side there is raw adsorbent, and you can see that the diluted adsorbent is completely filled up, the pores are completely filled up. And this is for the methylene blue dye. Okay, and this is from the aniline blue loaded adsorbent. You can see at the right the diluted adsorbent, same image. Coming to the FTIR, here we have analyzed the functional groups involving in the adsorption process. The left side is the aniline blue. You can see the peaks, and you can see that the functional groups are evolving, and the changes can be shown. This is X-ray diffraction. We can see the differences of raw and AB and MB loaded adsorbents. So, to study the column-based experiment, we have to study the batch first. Batch is a small lab-based experiment, which there we can find the optimum pH, and optimum pH should be maintained in the column. So for methylene blue, we have found 6, and for the aniline blue, we have found 5 pH, and it is maintained in the column experiment. And coming to the point of zero charges. Point of zero charges is a point there where the surface releases no cationic or anionic ion. And for methylene blue and aniline blue, for both dyes, adsorbent surface is not releasing any kind of ions in nearly 8 pH. For resultant discussions, we have used some and very important thing is a breakthrough curve for column adsorption studies, and we can see that the breakthrough curves here. The upper ones are for the aniline blue and the lower ones for the methylene blue. I have used operating parameters at the bed height, the flow rate, and the concentration of the influent. This is the kinetic study. For the kinetic study, I have studied 4 to 5 models, and the Thomas model fitted best for both the dyes in water hyacinth root adsorption. This is a simple adsorption mechanism. We can see the hydrogen bonding and the electrostatic interaction which are involving in adsorption mechanism. Finally, to the desorption. Actually, one of the objective was to regenerate the adsorbents, and we have studied in 3 cycles of regeneration, and for the 3rd cycle, we have reached nearly 33% adsorption, which is reduced by 66%. Like from the in the first cycle, we have nearly reached 96% adsorption. This is the safe disposal. We have used incineration for the safe disposal of the adsorbents. Finally, to the conclusion, the best fitted models are Thomas model, and for the isotherm, best fitted models is Freundlich model. And the adsorption capacity for both the dyes, you can see that one is 474 mg per gram, and the 278 mg per gram for aniline blue, and the first one was for the methylene blue, and we reached nearly 97% removal for methylene blue and 94% removal for aniline blue, and safe disposal was actually needed. And these are my references. I would like to express my gratitude to the supervisor of this work, Professor Sudeep Kumar Das and Dr. Shubhashish Roy, and this work is financially supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Indian Chemical Society for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha. So I think this is a wonderful presentation, I believe. Now, let us hear some questions from the audience, from all students plus others also. Okay, let me start with one then. You said you will be removing the dye, okay, through your experimental adsorption. What actually is the limit that the regulation says? How much ppm is required to be reduced? Any idea?
Actually, I have used 3 different concentrations of influent, like 10 mg per liter, 20 mg per liter, and 50 mg per liter. And rest of the experiments, after finding the breakthrough curves, rest of the experiments I have done in 10 mg per liter. So I haven't studied various, like a long range of influent concentration. I have used only 10 mg per liter for the rest of the experiment, for my experiment.
Now, how much is allowed? Okay. What was the dye concentration before adsorption and after adsorption?
In this moment, I can't remember that. I'm so sorry. I can't let you the information.
How do you translate your findings towards sustainability?
Okay, sustainability, like it's a green adsorbent that is not chemically involved, or like we have no have to spend any kind of expenses to collect, or regeneration, there is no expenses involved. Like that is through mainly cost effectiveness and sustainability. For my experiment, I would say it's green absorbent and not causing any harmful effect. The total process is not causing any harmful effects to the environment. That's also.
You are also to dispose it, no? So
Yes, yes.
Then what
No,
is the benefit or
actually, it is
utility?
not disposed in the ground or dumping. It is actually reused. Actually, we are sending the ashes, incinerated ashes, to the bricks on road construction companies. So, it is actually recycled. It is not actually dumping, or we are not engaging in any kind of solid waste or something.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question? Okay, thank you. Thanks
you,
a
sir.
lot, Shraddha. Yeah. So next presenter will be Tanushree Adhikari. Is she here? Tanushree Adhikari. Is S. Bhaumik available? Okay. Can you present right now? Come. So we will have next presenter S. Bhaumik. He is from Department of Industrial Chemistry and Applied Chemistry, Swami Vivekananda Research Center, Ramakrishna Mission Vidyapith, Belur Mott, Howrah. And his topic is molecular alignment driven enhancement of nitrate to ammonia electrocatalysis via d-pi p-pi interaction in copper phthalocyanide nanostructures. So, Mr. Bhavik, you will also have 10 minutes to say, and then 2 minutes for question and answer.
Hello everyone, my name is Saurabh Bhumik. I'm a research scholar under Swami Vivekananda Research Center, Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandira, an autonomous research center under the University of Calcutta. I'm presenting this topic, molecular alignment driven enhancement of nitrate to ammonia electrocatalyst via d-pi p-pi interaction in copper phthalocyanine nanostructure. So, the half of this today's population is dependent on the product ammonia, which for today's scenario, it is the Haber and Bose process in which industrially it is synthesized. They synthesized it from aerial nitrogen, so that at that time it was called that food from air. But in this process, they use high temperature and pressure, and the hydrogen they collect from the methane, which is not environmental favorable. So now the scientists have approached to fix this nitrogen with electrochemical way to ammonia. But there are some problems for electrochemical fixation of nitrogen. One, the bond energy of nitrogen is very high. That's why we use sometimes nitrogen as inert material. When we try to fix nitrogen electrochemically, we generally use water as hydrogen source. So when we use water for electrochemical reaction, there is a chance of side reaction HER, which is very much favorable. And the solubility of nitrogen is very much less soluble in water. So these are the constraints. So what should we do? The idea of our work, we can use nitrate, which is a waste product from both industry and agriculture and household. So it is a water pollutant also. But the solubility of nitrate in water is very high, and its nitrogen oxygen bond energy is very less compared to the nitrogen in N triple bond. And if we can produce ammonia from this nitrate, we can fix two issues at the same time. We can treat wastewater and also get a valuable product like ammonia. But there is a constraint. The potential required for this reaction is very much higher than HER. So we need a catalyst to fix this issue. Here I have used copper thiocyanine, more or less highly stable molecule. But here I have used two polymorphs of copper thiocyanine. Generally copper thiocyanine exists in alpha, beta, gamma, epsilon. Of them, alpha and beta are more stable. The difference between alpha and beta is that at their stacking angle, the alpha stacked together at the angle of 26.5, whereas beta at 44.8 degree. But what can we get difference in properties for this stacking? You can see in beta, their copper atom is exactly situated above and below at nitrogen of above and below plane. For this issue, d orbital of copper gets somewhat in contact with the p orbital of nitrogen with adjacent molecular adjacent level. That's why we can get some special properties. What are these? We'll look after that. First, we synthesize them hydrothermally and then characterize them whether our product has formed or not. The difference between alpha and beta you can see in their XRD patterns. They have both different XRD patterns, and UV pattern are somewhat different. There is some shift in beta compound, and in case of FTIR, if that stacking difference in alpha and beta is generally at their stacking angle. So for out of plane CH bending, we got some difference. The CH plane out of vibration for beta is somewhat at 730 semi-inverse, whereas it is for alpha, it is at 720. But no significant difference was found in their XPS analysis and Zenith, which is not given here. Here we perform electrical transport property measurement to predict their electrochemical property. First, we got the morphology from STM. Both alpha and beta phase are found to be somewhat narrow rod, narrow wire types of structure. Then we went to DI/DV versus tip voltage analysis. There we found that the alpha has less, band gap between alpha and beta is difference. The band gap of alpha is higher compared to the beta component. Then we go for IV characteristic for the bulk component. That means not for a single crystal, bulk amount of powder is taken, and we found that conductivity of beta is very higher. So from this we can predict that we can get some good results using beta component. Here, first we theoretically calculate the possible reaction steps and possible pathways, and also we have some constraint in our reaction. First, there was a problem regarding H here. Here we found that the hydrogen adsorption on copper center of beta is quite high. Absorption energy is quite high rather than the adsorption of nitrate. It's assumes from this we assume that the nitrate adsorption of copper atom is favorable, and the d electron of copper can be utilized to break NO bond. From the we figure 1 we can understood that, and what we have assumed, we find the same results. When we perform LSB in presence of nitrate, we found better conductivity, better current density using copper phthalocyanine. Both alpha and beta copper phthalocyanine gave good results compared to the support copper carbon paper. And the intermediate, which we assume from the DFT calculation, we found the same from ATR experiment. For 1230, it is the adsorption frequency of NO2, and for 1530 it is NO, and 1420 this frequency NH2, which adsorbed NH2. And then we perform bulk electrolysis for the formation of ammonia, and we found the ammonia which was detected by indophenol method colorimetrically, and we found that beta shows very much higher result compared to alpha, around 60 milligram, around 60 milligram, that means 62,000 we got yield rate of 62,000 around microgram per hour inverse, and per milligram of catalyst. The Faradic efficiency yield was very much higher for beta. Though we got some side products, but the side product like nitrate reduction like nitrite, which is also an intermediate, we found the intermediate products are higher in Faradic efficiencies for alpha, whereas for beta it is solely or more selectively converted to this last product, ammonia, last reduction product. And to prevent the false positive results, we performed a number of control experiments. We use isotopic leveling experiment to identify the source of ammonia whether it is formed from nitrite or the degradation of the catalyst. And from this experiment we found that the nitrate is solely found source of nitrite, the ammonia. And the more aspect of a catalyst is depending on the recyclability and stability, the usability of the catalyst from lab to land research, whether we can use this catalyst to use in our real life application. We found that our catalyst is very much recyclable, almost same type of product yield was found up to the 10 cycle of 5 hours each, total 50 hours. And the catalyst is very much stable. We found no change in XPS spectra after and before the electrochemical experiment. And the technology readiness level of our experiment, we are at the TRL between TRL level 4 and 5, because what are our achievements? We have achieved up to 1 liter of experiments. We have performed 1 liter up to 1 liter of scale up. We have performed scale up to 1 liter, and we found yield rate up to 60 milligram per hour per mg catalyst, and our Faradic efficiency was more than 90%. And recently we are able to purify the ammonia and reach concentration up to 25%, which are now used in, commercially. And we have transferred this technology to a multinational company at last year. And conclusion, beta, we have synthesized solvothermally the product. The yield of beta is very much high, and we can use this product for future estimation and that's all. And I want to thank my guide, Dr. Uttam Kumar Ghorai for to allow me to this work, and Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandira, my institute, for this, and this for providing this platform to this IES. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Actually, because of time constraint, we can allow only one question. So, any question is there? Yes, please.
Please.
How does the electrical energy consumption and the cost of the ammonia per mole synthesized by this compares with the cost of ammonia available industrially?
Thank you for the question. We have calculated the cost of this product, but at now present scenario, we found that the per liter of ammonia cost around 45 rupees, which is very much higher than the present scenario of this product. But
that's okay. You have done it on a much smaller scale.
Yes, yes, yes.
Further optimization is required.
Yes.
So 45 rupees per liter, but you're talking about
per liter.
Per liter, but per liter of liquor.
25% per ammonia. 25% ammonia per liter.
25% concentration.
Yes, yes.
So it's approximately 4 times into 45 per kg of absolute ammonia basis.
Okay.
Correct? So 180 rupees a kg.
Yes.
Right, that's okay. But I think you need to keep that in mind whenever you're developing processes like this. See,
because
usually, I'll tell you the reason why I said that. Nitrates are usually available using nitric acid.
Right.
Nitric acid is produced using ammonia.
Right.
So now you are actually looking into a circularity in terms of this, which is excellent. But at the same time, just keep this particular issue of cost comparison in mind, so you know where you can focus and optimize these costs.
Yes, thank you. But if we see, now there is a technology called plasma based technology. If we oxidize nitrogen using this plasma to direct nitric acid, then from free of cost we can get nitrogen. So then this technology will survive, and we are moving to use this.
Thank you. So now with this we will be concluding our first session of presentations from the students. We will have another session after lunch. Now I will request the organizer to go ahead with their next program, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We are not doing too badly as far as time is concerned by Indian standards. We are 22 minutes behind schedule. So that's not too bad, I guess. We now have the second lecture of Mr. Bishwanath Chattopadhyay. As I told you earlier, I'm not going to read it out. It's there. Amongst other things, Mr. Chattopadhyay had also been a regional chairman of ICC and remains our mentor, philosopher and guide at each step here. It will be a pleasure to listen to him, sir.
What is the...
A very good afternoon. Namaskar. I'm really honored and privileged to be here in front of you. Before I start my presentation, I would like to also revisit the history with Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. And it's a very short history. I probably, except for Professor Dulal Babu, I don't think anybody would know this. Bengal Renaissance was there from 1850 to 1950, when a lot of stalwarts in the field of science, literature, social reformer, they all came in, from Raja Ram Mohan Rai to Netaji Subhas, everybody. But there were two acharyas and one Gurudev. So these three were there. This is Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose, Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, and Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. They were associated with one institution or organization, very small, not relevant to their field, but this is Ram Mohan Library and Free Reading Room. It was established in 1904. It still has an office in the North Calcutta, and where from 1913 to 1937 till his death, Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose was the president of this library, assisted by Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray and Rabindranath Tagore as vice presidents. So this is one institution where the three stalwarts served it without any, probably people know about it, but this library still exists. And Prafulla Chandra Ray took over the presidency after the death of Jagadish Chandra Bose. So as Dulal Babu told in his speech, that 70th commemoration volume was published by the Ram Mohan Library, in which Jagadish Chandra Bose wrote about Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, and I quote, "He was one of the first to realize the importance of Indian industries for the economic advancement of the country. With this object in view, he risked the very little he possessed, and the venture started in this modest way has now grown into perhaps the most successful chemical industry in the whole of India. By his personal faith and enthusiasm, he has succeeded in enlisting for this work the wholehearted devotion of his collaborators. His twofold achievements of a scientific investigator as well as the founder of an important industry in this country on up-to-date lines has rightly entitled him to be regarded as a benefactor of the country. The combination of such qualities in a single individual is indeed rare in any country, and there can be no higher example for the young generation to emulate than the life of this great teacher." So this is my tribute to Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray. And before I start my presentation, today I will speak about decarbonizing the chemical industry, its challenges and opportunities. Decarbonizing is extremely daunting and extremely difficult word for any industry, but specifically for the chemical industry, because carbon is the source of the chemicals. All the hydrocarbons produces C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C8, everything is from the carbon. And because of the global warming and the climate changes, now we have to take this carbon dioxide out of our system. So it refers to reducing the industrial carbon emissions by transitioning to a low carbon energy, improving energy efficiency across production lines, introducing innovative technologies. It is not a straightforward process to take out carbon from the chemistry or from the chemical industry. It is not quicker as well. You are not going to achieve it any quick time. But the debate whether to take out the carbon dioxide from the system is not on the table, because we have to achieve the net zero transition by 2050 for some countries, 2060 for China, and 2070 for India. So the chemical and petrochemical sector involves complex, heterogeneous product value chains covering nearly every segment of the economy, such as energy, transportation, construction, consumer goods, agriculture, almost everything. As it plays this crucial role, the chemical sector exerts a large environmental burden. Globally, the chemical sector is the third largest contributor to industrial greenhouse gases, majorly carbon dioxide, following the cement and steel and iron industry. And this sectors, the chemical sector's energy consumption is the largest among all the industrial sectors. And how big is the chemical industry? Today, the turnover of the chemical industry in the whole world is 6.2 trillion US dollars, which is more than your Indian GDP. It is the third largest GDP in the world, you can say, after US and China. So fossil fuels used as feedstock and process gas for chemical processes require technological innovation, such as the use of recycled materials, captured carbon, and alternative reduction agents. The chemical industry is the third largest industrial emitter of carbon dioxide. Almost 7% of greenhouse gas emissions comes from the chemical industry, out of which 6% is carbon dioxide. 1% may be methane, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, etc. So in the chemical industry, you can divide into three basic scopes. So first is the direct processing, which is the chemical process itself. Then the use of energy, which is scope 2. And scope 3 is the raw material or the feedstock, which is producing these chemicals. So the first two scopes, that is direct processing and energy, it contributes almost 45% of carbon dioxide emissions. Similarly, scope 3, which is raw material supplied, it is almost contributing 20% of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, the chemical industry is undeniably a huge carbon dioxide emitter due to its dependence on fossil fuels for energy and raw materials. It requires significant changes in energy use and production processes and adoption of new technologies. So I am in a polymerization field. We produce bottle grade PET resin for all these bottles which you drink or carbonated soft drinks which you drink. So we were considering a polycarbonate project, and for the polycarbonate, dimethyl carbonate is one chemical which is used as a raw material. And polycarbonate is a fairly large project, and when we wrote to the process licensors, there are famous licensors like Lummus, like KBR, like Asahi Kasei, Shell. So Lummus technology, which is a versatile technology of Italy, they involve carbon monoxide and oxygen to produce, with methanol, to produce dimethyl carbonate. You know, dimethyl carbonate, it not only used as polycarbonate raw material, but it also is used as an electrolyte in lithium-ion battery, fuel additive, biodiesel production, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, cleaning and degreasing, coating and adhesives, methylation and carbonylation. But carbon monoxide, as per this new technology, is extremely difficult. When we went to the market, we talked to Topsoe, we talked to Linde, various gas manufacturing companies. They said carbon monoxide in the industrial case is just not available, the technology. So what do? Then we wrote to Shell and Asahi Kasei. They are using carbon dioxide with ethylene oxide. So there is a progress. Now carbon dioxide is used, carbon monoxide is not used. Carbon dioxide is easily available, and ethylene oxide is available, but it is highly inflammable and hazardous chemical. So the technologies, I'm just giving you an example how technology is moving. And so carbon dioxide is captured from the flue gas of the heating system, and it is utilizing as the chemical in the chemical production. Ethylene oxide also can be produced from the bioethanol, which is a product of molasses, and from ethanol you come to ethylene. And so the dimethyl carbonate as a chemical don't have to depend on the carbon molecule. It itself is a self-sustaining chemical, which from my study I could see that this is one chemical where a lot of progress is happening. And in China, when I visited a plant, I saw everything in place. They have a carbon capture system from the flue gas. Same carbon dioxide is coming to the dimethyl carbonate process. And they also have ethylene oxide coming from bioethanol. So they are not depending on hydrocarbons at all. So if we have to really decarbonize the chemical industry, so many such industries like fine chemicals, cosmetics, plastics and polymers, and petrochemicals will be affected deeply. So this is a worldwide a chart where it is shown that almost 60% of carbon dioxide emissions are coming from Asia Pacific, 10% from North America, 10% from Europe, and remaining from rest of the countries. So achieving deep decarbonization of the chemical sector will require a multidimensional approach, including sustainable feedstocks, low carbon energy, and advanced unit operations. In all cases, the research phase should incorporate multiple perspectives from the chemical value chain in order to assess required purities, product standards, emissions impact, techno-economics, and scalability, from the feedstocks to the end products. To progress from a myriad of possibilities to reality, it is important for researchers and investors to consider which solutions have the greatest potential for both commercialization and decarbonization. So if we go for alternative feedstocks, then what is being used generally in the chemical process industry, so it will reduce the carbon dioxide generation almost by 40 to 85%. But to do that, you need to have CCUS in place. that is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. All three components in this CCUS are extremely difficult. It's very, very expensive, and it's not at all cost effective. A lot of research is going on how to reduce the cost so that it can be a viable alternative for fossil fuel. So when it is carbon captured, we know that there are three kinds of technologies, which is pre-combustion of fossil fuel, where the carbon dioxide is extracted before even it goes for burning. Similarly, there is post-combustion, where the solvent like monoethanol Amin is used, and the carbon dioxide is absorbed in the solvent, and the solution with carbon dioxide is then filtered and separated, and the carbon dioxide is stored separately. And another is oxy-fuel combustion. In this combustion, the fossil fuel is burnt with pure oxygen, and this process is also very expensive because this is a nitrogen-free flue gas, and later it is carbon dioxide is recovered from the flue gas. So from the pre-combustion, post-combustion, and oxy-fuel combustion, normally the worldwide most common is post-combustion. So other measures also have a key role to play in decarbonizing the chemical industry, which is the process electrification. We have to see that wherever we are using fossil fuel to generate heat or the energy to keep the chemical process going, so there we need electrification. Then green hydrogen is another alternative, and a lot of work is going on in this green hydrogen field. Redesigning the production lines. This requires absolutely a very big changes, because the process licensors have to change their own design, and then it has to be implemented commercially into plants. But the carbon capture system, it has its own challenges. The challenge is its high cost, almost $50 to $100 per ton is the carbon dioxide generation cost. It requires advanced material, like you have require a solvent, it needs energy inputs. Almost 30% of your power units are required for carbon dioxide separation. You need infrastructure, and you also need an operational expenses. But this post-combustion process, carbon capture system, can take out around 85 to 95% of carbon from the system. Remaining, it allows to escape into the atmosphere. So when it says that almost 30% is used up for the energy requirement for the carbon capture process, so I will give you a small example. Suppose I have a 10 megawatt power plant, and I produce at a 7 rupees, I use coal, and I produce at a 7 rupees a unit. So almost your unit cost will go up to 10 rupees, and your power production also will come down, what you are sending to your process plant. So thereby your input costs are going to go up. So how will be competitive in the market, that also one has to see, because of this high cost. So this is a challenge. And challenge number 2 is going to be, and it's a long-term challenge, in the carbon storage system. You know that the carbon dioxide which is captured from the system, and now the scientists are saying where to keep, because utilization process is still not mature. How to generate chemicals from the carbon dioxide when you are capturing it, that is still not mature. A lot of research is going on. So they have to store it. Where will they store? So geological storage is available, like underground, where you are extracting crude oil. So there are some space there. You go and pressurize carbon dioxide, put it there. But it also has a hazard. If there is a leak, what do? It will completely destroy the saline aquatic system. It will have the acidic water, and It will generate lead and arsenic, which is detrimental to aquatic life. So this is a pie chart, you can say a chakraview or like thing, where all the carbon dioxide generating sectors have been given here. The world is generating almost 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide today. 6 years back, before COVID, it was generating 40 billion tons. Now it has come up to 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And chemical industry is almost 6% of that. So energy, you can see the 73%, but this energy is in transportation. There's also energy for a building, that is construction, energy for the industry. So all put together, it is 73% is going on. And in this 50 billion tons, so around 30% is actually for the energy to run the processes. Little less than 20% is for transportation. Construction is around 13%, agriculture 12%, industry 10%, that is the process industry 10%, and others is around 15%. So I was calculating how have they come to this conclusion of less than 20% is used. So I saw the world produces today 82 million barrels per day, crude oil. Out of that, 80% is going for transportation. So 65 million barrels. One barrel is 159 liters. So how many liters? It is almost 9.3 million tons per day of crude oil is what is required. And when you burn a crude oil, 3.2 tons of carbon dioxide is generated. Roughly, I'm taking all average because 2.8 to 3.4 is the value depending upon the utility. So I'm taking 3.2 tons. So almost 30 million tons of carbon dioxide per day is generated from this 9.3 million tons per day, which is almost 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide per annum, which if you multiply 365. So which is from 50 million, it is 20% of that. So this is a very rough calculation which can be said. So carbon captured storage is significantly very energy penalty because a lot of penalty you have to pay for the energy it requires to capture this carbon. The capital cost associated with it is also very high. So a lot of work is going on how to reduce this and accept in the industry so that it becomes a viable alternative for the environment. So non-technical challenges are also there, like we don't have public perception and awareness, absence of market incentives and frameworks, lack of stringent measures to penalize carbon dioxide emitters, inadequacy of legislative frameworks for the carbon captured storage. This is a simplified overview of the scope and components of chemical sector. So scope 1 and 2 have been given exactly the chemical process, direct and indirect processes. So primary chemicals like light olefins like ethylene, propylene, BTX, that is benzene, toluene and xylene, ammonia and methanol, along with other polymers, specialty chemicals, they all put together, they are generating almost 45% of carbon dioxide. And the input materials like crude oil, coal, natural gas, biomass, refinery sourced olefins and aromatics, they are contributing 20%. And remaining the end users, so like packaging, consumer goods, transportation, construction, agriculture, and pharmaceutical, they are almost 35% of the carbon dioxide. So how to mature this carbon dioxide utilization industry? Because carbon dioxide can be used for production of urea, and urea production is in the world 180 million tons per annum. Inorganic carbonates, which is 60 million tons per annum. Polyurethane, 15 million tons per annum. Polycarbonate, 7 million tons per annum. And salicylic acid. So all these, the work is going on, how to see that carbon dioxide is used in this kind of chemicals. And there are many other chemicals are there, and the work is going on with that. I'll give you a small example in the polyester industry where I am working. Monoethylene glycol is one of our raw materials apart from the purified terephthalic acid. So monoethylene glycol comes from the ethylene oxide, and ethylene oxide can come from ethylene, and ethylene from ethanol also can be generated. So we know that the bioethanol is available from the molasses. So we are doing a mass balance, that why not to use completely bioethanol to produce MEG, so that we can say that we are in the green product. In the worldwide, around 125 million tons of polyester is produced. For that, if we see this MEG component, it is almost 0.35, so that is 55 million tons of MEG is required. So that you need enough molasses to come to that much of ethanol. So 6.5 kg of molasses is required to produce 1 kg of ethylene. That is the equation. So 55 into 6.5, almost 360 million tons of molasses is required. However, the total molasses produced is only 60 million tons world over. So there is no mass balance. It's not happening. So we have to go for a different kind of processes, different kind of products, innovative chemicals to come out for these green chemicals. So the utilization of carbon dioxide also can be processed in catalytic conversion methods like electrochemical, thermocatalytic, photochemical, biochemical, and hybrid. It also can be in a hydrogenation, like there is the development of polyoxymethylene, POM. It's a new polymer which is forming from the carbon dioxide and formaldehyde. It is much better than polyethylene and polypropylene, but it is still very, very high, very expensive, so it has not been commercialized as yet. The work is going on to see that how this polymer can come into the market. So catalytic conversion of carbon dioxide to urea also is available. Even the beverage carbonation, the Coke, Pepsi, what we drink, it needs carbon dioxide to have the gas inside. So $500 billion is the total CSD market today, carbonated soft drink markets. Even if I say that 1 liter value is $1, so you need 500 billion liters of CSD to be consumed, and it is consumed by the world. So we are, if we calculate, then we will see that around average per capita consumption is 63 liters only, and we are using 4 million tons of carbon dioxide. But we have to use 50 billion tons of carbon dioxide to have the net zero effect. That means you have to use 12,500 times of consumption should be there to neutralize this carbon dioxide effect, which is impossible in today's world. This is a chart showing that how half of the world's primary chemical production comes from the Asia Pacific region. China is the largest producer, and it will remain so for a long, long time to come. There is no competition to China at the moment. And subsequently, the largest carbon dioxide emitter. You can see 2017, it was producing 167 million tons of HVC, that is high value chemicals. But by 2030, this is going to be 240. And when it is Asia Pacific, 80% is China. The remaining 25% is the rest. So globally, around 530 metric tons of feedstock is consumed per year to make around 644 metric tons of primary chemicals. This is a chart saying that how the countries have agreed to a specific time frame to achieve this net zero transition. So the first barrier is 2030. Here, almost every country has said in that COP 2015, the Paris Convention, that they will reduce their carbon dioxide generation to some extent, like Australia, Canada, India is also 45% reduction, USA 50 to 52%, China 65%, Brazil 50% reduction. And by 2050, Canada, Australia, USA, Brazil, they have said that they will achieve completely net zero transition. China has agreed for 2060 and India has agreed 2070. Our Prime Minister has taken that much of time because we have still not reached advanced stage. So we have to work doubly hard to see that we also become a very, very industrious state. Our actual carbon dioxide reduction will start from 2040. So India's emission mitigation plans begins from 2040 and stretches till 2070. India's carbon dioxide emission from energy only has reached 3 billion tons. It is growing at the rate of 4%, whereas US and China have come down. China has come down to 1.2%, US is 0.8% at the moment. Although the amount of carbon dioxide generated by China is 11 billion tons, and US is around 4.6 billion tons. But everybody has to work extremely hard to the next 3 generations to see that we achieve this net zero goal, what has been set for us, so that our global temperature rise is 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius in 100 years. And to do this, a lot of alternative energy, other than the thermal energy, the government is also trying. If you have heard a certain news very recently which was published, that government has identified 10 thermal power stations which are idle now. And those thermal power stations now, they will put nuclear stations so that we generate nuclear power from that and we shut down these thermal power stations completely, so use of coal will be banned. So 2040, I'm seeing that is the time when the pressure will come to eradicate coal slowly from the process industry. So this is the same chart where what we have to do by 2030. Germany has to reduce by 73%, Australia 67%, and the whole world 31 billion tons of carbon dioxide to become down to 15.6 billion tons by 2030. This shows what we have done up till now. We have done very little up till now. You can see most of the work to reduce the carbon dioxide generation has gone in Scandinavian countries. You can see only the countries like Finland or Sweden Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, they are doing mostly these studies. But remaining all other countries, China or India or US, they're still not to that extent. So it's a far, the distance is far, and we do not know really whether we will be able to achieve. Now the costing is also going on. If you have the alternative energy, then what is going to be the cost per ton? So all these calculations are up on the table. Scientists are working. Whether the timeline can be met, it is very, very difficult to say at this stage. So it will be crucial for companies to establish a reliable selection of solutions that align with their business model and support a sustainable long-term path. So there are three things: alternative feedstocks, extremely important for carbon dioxide utilization. The process changes what we bring in, our process license are bringing, so that research is going on. And digitization and automation, how to improve the efficiency of the process. So recycling, reuse, energy, material efficiency improvements, electrification of heat, and fuel switching to renewable resources will drive most of the global emissions reductions in the industrial sector, including the chemical sector, towards 2030. In the years thereafter, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS, and electrolytic hydrogen generated directly from variable renewable electricity will become crucial in reducing carbon dioxide emissions. So this is a very, this is the path forward. How are we going to achieve this in 5 or 10 years time in every block? From 2018 to 2023, what are the work have been done, like mechanical recycling, blue hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, electric boilers, biomass boilers, HT, heat pumps, and MVR. So these are the things which the industry has already attacked, and they are working on them. And from 23 to 30, what we are going to achieve? Bio-naphtha is going to be achieved. Chemical recycling is a possibility. Green hydrogen, a lot of work is going on, so that is another possibility. So CCS technology will get maturity. Similarly, digital twins, you know that digital twins in the plant is very much now a necessity. So to see that your process efficiency comes in, and AI and ML, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And from 30 to 40, what is to be done? So next step, bio-based BTX, that is benzene, toluene, and xylene from the bio-based. Next is carbon capture utilization. We have gone out of storage to now utilization, which will give you the maximum result of the carbon dioxide capturing. Then ultra deep geothermal, electrolysis, and industry 4. It is industry 4 is already in the application. We have got the systems now. So all the companies or the industries, they have to now adopt this industry 4. And next is by 2040, 2050, we have to achieve stream cracker electrification, which is unthinkable, but the work is going on, how to do the stream cracking with electrification. So this is the process by 2050, how we are going to achieve net zero transition. With this, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for such a detailed presentation on a topic that we are all fighting for nowadays. Now I would request Madam Shraddha Rane to come forward, the Secretary General, Indian Chemical Council, to hand over a token of appreciation to Chatterjee Chattopadhyay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to the panel discussion. And before that, I would like to introduce the moderator of the panel discussion, Sri Chandan Sengupta, former regional chairman, ERO ICC, and senior vice president, Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. Please.
Thank you. And it took us 22 years or 22 editions of this memorial lecture to figure out that panel discussion may not be such a bad idea. So this is welcome to the first panel discussion being conducted under the auspices of the memorial lecture. Now I would just request the panel members, and as I said, I'm not going to read out. It's such a heavyweight panel. Reading out will take a lot of time. So first, may I request Dr. Pathak of IIT Kharagpur to kindly come and take his seat. We are going like the airlines. The one in the last being called first. Next one, please. Mr. Sanjeev Vasudeva, Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, Haldia Petrochemical Limited. I've heard from very reliable sources that he is considered to be the most handsome and best dressed person in the petrochemical industry. But unfortunately, I don't have anything to prove that. Next one, please. Hello. Mr. Maiti, Dr. Maiti, my apologies. And by the way, these are all very abridged CV of these gentlemen. Their CVs generally run into 4 or 5 pages. Next. Why am I coming back? Dr. Ghosh. There should be one before this. Yeah. Former Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University and Rashmani Green University. Next. Mr. Adip Palchodhuri, a very young managing director sitting in a very old building, which is one of the heritage buildings of Mamalori. And next, Mr. Abhishek Agarwal. Mr. Abhishek Agarwal runs a family-run business which started in 1997 and has made significant progress in specialty chemicals, which is pretty rare. And I think now I shall join these illustrious gentlemen. Honestly, I'm quite nervous, but there's not much I can do. Thank you. For those who may be thinking, why this strange way of sitting, the topic is industry academia, partnership or something like that. Please put that on. And I've seen in a number of panel discussion, industry people sit on one side, academia sits on the other side, and it sort of becomes a debate and you versus me. Didn't want to do that. So all these gentlemen are sitting in order of their first names, alphabetical order. industry academia. This topic has gained a lot of traction in the last decade, and honestly a lot of serious work is now being done. As far as ICC is concerned, we have got MOUs with Manipal University, Shivnadar University, Delhi Technological University, Foundation of Innovation and Technology Transfer IIT Delhi, and of course ICT. ICC also has a KV Mariwala Award for Effective Chemical Industry Academia Partnership, and I think within a couple of months this award will be. On 19 September, this award will be there. I think both industry and academia are now figuring out that for survival, mutual survival, we need each other. Earlier it used to be quite a lot of a blame game, and we sort of, 20 years back, industry thought academic world did not understand their needs. Academic world thought industry just wanted short-term gains or profits. I think that's changed with the tremendous changes in the way the world is doing the business. I think now both need each other, and in a much more fruitful, constructive, and a cooperative manner. So, let me start with the basic. And this question is to Mr. Sanjeev Vasudeva. Sanjeev, HPL is one of the major recruiters of talent every year, and is going to go up with your big expansion in the chemical field. And so for you, I think getting good manpower, good human capital is very important. Having been in West Bengal for the last few years, what do you think are the most significant skill gaps in fresh graduates who are entering the industry?
Yeah, good afternoon, yeah. Am I audible? Okay, good. So just to introduce myself, I joined Haldia Petrochemicals about a year back in Calcutta, and prior to that I was working in other parts of India and abroad, yeah. So I'll give you a perspective. So when you said, about Calcutta and West Bengal in general, so I can give you in totality how I view, what are the kind of skill gaps and the areas, and when we do recruiting, not just in Haldia Petrochemicals, but in all organizations. Because at the end of the day, industry moves in a specific way and has its own requirements in terms of the human capital, yeah. Look, what we find is, what I've generally observed, it's not the IQ, it's the EQ part, which I feel is missing in a lot of people, yeah. What I mean by that, so it's not about the marks, it's not about getting 95%, 98%, yeah. We are good enough with a person who gets 70% marks or a 60%, but is able to apply what he or she has learned, is able to communicate, is able to collaborate, is able to, motivate others, yeah. So the softer skills to me are much more important, because at the end of the day, what happens, we've all been students, right? We've all been in the rat race of getting that distinction and getting those, higher marks and all. At the end, it's not about marks. When it comes to the real world of work, It's about how do you apply what you have learned, how are your soft skills, how ambitious you are, how much can you deliver, what's the drive to make things happen, what's the commitment, what's your integrity level. So the human values, the basic values piece is something which, in all honesty, 50% of the people just fail there. So they're out. So I think that softer piece is something, it's very important, which I don't think we teach, I mean, so much in colleges and schools, but that piece is very critical for us to have well-rounded, students. Needless to say, coming from a technology field, you need to be able to understand the application of it, the practicality of it, the real case studies, etc., not just the theoretical knowledge. But the softer piece, I think, is something which we should focus on, yeah? And that's what I personally focus on when I hire people, yeah?
That was a great insight, and I think emphasis was softer skills. The EQ should get as much importance as the CGPAs of the world. And thanks, Sanjeev, for saying that marks didn't matter. It took a lot of guilt complex of me going back 40 years in college. Now, having talked about the skill gaps, can I request now Mr. Pathak? Sir, how well are the current academic curricula aligned with the skills and competencies expected by the industry today? And I have another question along with this so that it becomes one single question. And what are the big challenges faced by the teaching institutions in integrating industry-relevant content into your teaching methods? That's actually quite a handful, and I'm sure Dr. Pathak will be able to give us the insights into this.
Good afternoon. Since I have retired, I don't need to make anybody happy by saying anything, because my pension will come anyway. So, the answer from my experience, I can tell you that it's not only my experience in Eastern India. I also worked in NCL as a scientist in Pune for 10 years. So I have some idea about the western part there as well. And I myself also worked in an industry for 2 years. So I know a little bit about that as well. Well, it's not enough to make a very general comment though. But I as a teacher, I'd rather represent the 17 or 18-year-old guy who is coming to me for learning. The problem is that if you go outside these so-called IITs and all these big names and industries and all other institutions, you'll see that there is a huge gap in the understanding of, in terms of applications of particular subjects. Actually, myself and Professor Ghosh, we once in a while we will go out and go to some remote colleges to tell them stories of chemistry, for example. And you can see that those people have absolutely no idea where the chemistry can take them. So my suggestion is that let's not change much for the first 3-4 years. Because if you, with due respect to everybody around here, if you take the CEO of a soap company, medicine company, and a petroleum company, and ask them to formulate a common course in chemistry, somebody should do this experiment. I don't think it will get anywhere. IIT Kharagpur used to call their chemistry department at some point industrial chemistry. But sooner or later they realized that there is nothing called industrial chemistry. There is chemistry, and then people need to be trained to go to a particular directions. When a young fellow comes to the college or institution, they have absolutely no idea. So my job as a teacher is to make them ready for this multidisciplinary challenges that the person will face 3-4 years down the line. So some basic chemistry has to be given so that the fellow, if he starts working in a soap company and the company closes down for some reason, he should be able to find a job somewhere else for survival as well. So all these basics must be cleared to this particular chap before he goes out into the world. But don't get shocked by what I've stated, because you might think that I'm too old for any changes. It's not that. It is possible to introduce subjects at a little later stage, after the 3rd or the 4th year, so that people can orient themselves to a particular area of their choice. I just give you one example. We have a system in IIT Kharagpur which is called interdisciplinary dual degree programs. Okay, so there are micro specializations, and if anybody is interested can go to the website and see. There are 20 different topics a student can opt for. Okay, they can also go for 2 subjects together if they think that they can handle both the things at the same time. And I just picked up one of those 20 topics that can be included as micro specialization is Science of Happiness, Reiki Center of Excellence for the Science of Happiness. So out of these 20 topics, there are also drug design, there are other things as well. So a student can do a BTech, for example, in any engineering discipline and pursue an interdisciplinary course in any of the following disciplines. For example, MTech in financial engineering, MTech in engineering entrepreneurship, and a newly introduced system is MTech in some kind of petroleum engineering. So leave them from this industrial, whatever is necessary for the first 3-4 years. Let them have a solid ground on whatever subject they are doing. Then we can start slowly to reorient themselves for industry or other. Because we will also have to keep one thing in mind, that these institutions not only produces people for industry, they also produce people for academics also. So we cannot really push them in one side and then forget the other part. So we'll have to be very, very careful about exactly what we're trying to do. Thank you. Maybe I'll stop.
Thank you so much. I think what Dr. Pathak said about Science of Happiness being one of the courses offered sort of resonates with what Sanjeev said about the soft skills. I mean, it's only these courses which you go outside the core curriculum which builds up your emotional quotient and other. And it's also great hearing from you the advantages of being retired. So that makes 2 of us. Any more questions this side? And I think people will brand me as a leftist, so I'll go this side. Mr. Pal Chaudhary, who heads Bamalori. By the way, as I said, this is a great panel we have been fortunate to have. And from the industry side, we have got public sector, which is being represented by Mr. Pal Chaudhary. We have got the private sector, which is being represented by Sanjeev, and the voice of MSME is from Mr. Abhishek Agarwal. So we are indeed fortunate that we'll have all 3 points of view, because their requirements do vary, though very subtly. Question to Mr. Pal Chaudhary. Bamalori being such a big organization and with so much of different and apparently unconnected businesses and all of them doing well, how does your organization engage with institutions on internships, apprenticeships, or life projects?
How about now? Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Sengupta, for this question. And I think you touched upon an important point by saying that the industries who are there on the panel are representing different facets, and ours is, we are a PSU. So PSUs have, at this point of time, a mandate of bringing in apprentices, and I think 10% of our workforce has to be apprentices. Now, one can look at it like as if it is a burden, or one can look at it as if it's an opportunity. I think Bamalori is trying to look at it as much as possible as an opportunity. And we are working with various kind of colleges and institutions to bring in apprentices. I think the word often gets mixed up with internship, but apprentice scheme is there where government is providing some amount of money, etc., etc. But we are looking at it as a potential talent pool. So students are able to come in, and then they are here with us for 6 months to 1 year. And through this, they are getting to know some trade or the other. I think one key ingredient in this particular forum is industry-academia partnership. And what happens is the academics ends and then somebody gets on to industry, whereas this apprenticeship is actually a scheme where the bridge is happening. And it gives us an opportunity to get an understanding, to meet and interact with the people. Like the way Mr. Sanjeev mentioned, when you are interacting with a person for an interview or something like that, you are not able to get the full essence of the individual. If the person is there in your setup for 6 months or a year, you are much better able to understand attributes such as, is the person curious? Is the person willing to learn? Is the person willing to stretch herself or himself? Now, those are the attributes which finally make into a good employee. Subsequently, as he once again said, and we are looking at also, because we are diversified company, I think that's also important. We are in logistics, we are in travel and vacations, we are in various kinds of manufacturing. We would like to have people who have attributes which are in that sense fungible. So we should ideally have a person who can move maybe from travel to logistics or from logistics to manufacturing. Now, the skills that are going to come, experience, that is going to happen over a period of time, but the core attributes will hold each one of these people in great stead. And we are utilizing the schemes of internship and apprenticeship in order to do this thing. And of course, there are many institutions with which we are tied up. Very good academic institutions, academic colleges, CII, Institute of Logistics, etc. The advantage that the students additionally get is that they're able to work in some of the facilities like our labs and all, which are like fairly state of the art. So that is something which is an added benefit as for the student is concerned. Our benefit I've already spoken about. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pal Chaudhary, and I think that was a great insight, especially where a lot of organizations are looking at the government mandate of having apprenticeship as some sort of a burden. And again, you're very correct that normally for a 2-month internships and summer trainings is all the companies had. I think students also went with an idea that all you need is a piece of paper at the end of 2 months. Organizations also felt, let's give them a piece of paper and get rid of it. The fact that you're really trying to get productivity out of them is really heartening. Thanks so much for the detailed explanation. And now to Professor Maiti. Sir, how can the institutions incentivize faculty and students to participate in industry collaborations and internships?
Very good afternoon.
I have some experience. I actually at my beginning of career, I joined in Sivagaigi as well as RPG Life Sciences Limited. That was SAL India that time. So I have some experience and I found some gaps between industry and academia. And now I am head of an institution. So in my university, in chemical science especially, we change our syllabus, and every semester there is a unit. Students should study industrial chemistry as well as other parts. Why I am telling this thing? You know that OLED TV now in the market, and that is organic light emitting diode. So OLED TV actually going to industry, that is electronic industry, those are making devices. So those syllabus also we include in our studies, means in the MSc. And this year we are going to introduce material science and technology. And that will be focused on medicinal chemistry as well as device and other things. So chemical industries, when you talked about, my students actually learning all those techniques, not only this means how to operate. Suppose nowadays flow system is used, means there will be material passing through and then it will be synthesized. So those techniques are not there in the syllabus, but we introduce there so that they can understand that how flow chemistry is used over there and can be used, green chemistry is used, can be used, and a lot of things we introduce which are used in the industry. And now this question is internship. Yes, it is a big question because in the semester system, usually in the fourth sem we have the project work. So we always push our students to go industry and do the internship. But the problem is that when theoretical class is actually framed, that is in the first half, means before lunch, and this project is in the next half. So that's why it was very difficult to accommodate all these students to go outside, go to the industry to do internship, and it was a big problem. But in our university, what we did, that first 3 months we'll go for theory, next 3 months they will go for project work so that they can go to industry. And not only that, I'm telling you that this year MBA student is going to industry for their internship. So that is also we implemented. So we are trying to attach industry with our university so that our students will be habituated with those systems and they can go to different section of industry. Even in administration also they can join. So this is one part. Another part is suppose how the faculties can collaborate with the industry. That's a big issue. I'm telling you that 3 years back I wanted to do a collaboration with Syngenta. And they want specific thing, means MOU. They need specific thing, but which is agreement that is not matching with our university system. But still now, like I applied 2019, still it is lying in the university, it is not approved. But what I did in my university, whenever someone will do collaboration, our faculty, within 1 month everything will be done and move to that particular industry. So this is the thing, there are barriers, lots of barriers. It is very difficult to collaboration and internship to do with the student as well as faculty. And we had a conference just 6-7 months back. It is ICCHD 2025 on the memory of Professor Acharya Chatterjee. We organized and we actually around 25 industrial scientists came over here, and also the director of RPG Life, what you call, one company came over here, and they interact with the student, and we discussed, and slowly whatever they want, whatever we want as a university, and we discussed this one, and these are the things at least I am implementing in my university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. But now, this is actually more a personal question to Professor Ghosh. Sir, are you retired or not?
Yes, sir, I am retired.
Then I think this would be the ideal question for you. To what extent do you really believe Indian universities are equipped to engage in applied research that serves industrial needs? So since you're retired, you can be, I think, frank about it.
Sure. If you ask the question, the Indian universities, it's so diverse. Because if I think a university like Calcutta University and Jadavpur University, I'll say, yes, we have that, we are equipped, we have that infrastructure. But if you say it's an industry, as a university, very new university with few teachers, then with not well-equipped laboratory, then I will say that we don't have. So let me think that the university that you want to mean is a university like a good university, like Jadavpur University, like Calcutta University, or the universities which are in good ranking in IRF. So yes, we have. Because why do we have? Because in those universities, especially the universities which are very old university, there are many teaching posts. So in Calcutta University, there are 35 teaching posts. So as there are so many teaching posts, the teachers have a lot of time to do research. Usually the teachers are doing research, but in the university, if you see, the most of the teachers, they are doing research only for publication of paper in good journal. They are really interested in publication, not in fact, they are not taking so much research work in collaboration with the industry. That part we have to take a look. There is a gap that we have to bridge that gap. But why? If you think that why we don't have so many collaboration between the industry and the universities in India, if you compare it, say in Germany, if you compare it with the United States, especially we can say that we almost don't have. But even in India, if I say how much the collaboration between the university and the industry in Mumbai and in Calcutta, you will see that in Mumbai you have a lot of scope of doing collaboration with the industry and the university, but not in Calcutta, because it depends upon how many industries you have around for this kind of collaboration. So what I just want to make you, because in the university, if you see that we have lot of very good faculties, they have very expertise in various fields, and if we know what are the needs of the industries, and if we have know each other much better, if we know each other closely, we can understand what are the needs of the industry, and the industry will also understand what are the expertise that the university has, then we can collaborate very well. I think, so this is actually, and another thing is that, the equipped means, of course, that I told only about the teachers, but equipped also, how our laboratories are well equipped. Especially in most of the universities and the institutes, and also say IITs, you have your laboratory is, I think, is well equipped. And if it is not well equipped, you can just you can equip it as the need of the universities. We have lots of projects. Even the industries, they can give some project. They can give there some problem with some money, maybe with some manpower. Then I think we can have a very good collaboration between the industry and the university, especially with the good universities. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, and I think he made a very valid distinction between good universities and not so good universities. And I remember 2-3 years back, one survey came out that out of all the engineering graduates which are coming out from the Indian universities, deemed or doomed or otherwise, 67% are unemployable. And that was 67% were unemployable. And of course, they did not name the universities, but I think that's what Dr. Ghosh also sort of meant when he said good universities and bad universities. Of course, Dr. Ghosh also gave a small disclaimer that there is a tendency among the faculty to evaluate themselves in terms of the number of papers published and so on and so forth. But overall, I think you're hopeful that Indian universities, and then I think I do tend to completely agree with you, sir. Thank you so much. And now for the voice of the MSME. How can, whenever we talk of this industry, academia, collaboration, etc., it is only the Hindustan Levers, Tatas, and the sales of the world which come to the mind. How do you think MSMEs can be encouraged to participate in an academia-industry collaboration, which is otherwise dominated by, quote-unquote, the large firms?
Hello, yeah, good afternoon. It's been a long day since morning. Everybody sitting on the wooden chairs. I'm sure the school days are over and we're not used to sitting on the benches all the way from 10 o'clock in the morning till 1:30, and it's quick lunchtime as well. But again, we've survived so long, another I think half an hour maximum, we should be over. So thank you for this opportunity, ICC Eastern Region team. I am not a very active member or per se vocal spoken speaker in this perspective, but then okay, I am happy to be part of this. We have, as Mr. Sengupta said, I represent the MSME sector. In a sense, like we have a specialty chemical manufacturing setup. We have 2 plants in Calcutta, 1 in Baroda as TWC Group. We make specialty chemical and supply to the rubber industry. Again, in the rubber industry, tire becomes our major customer. So we have exports. 55% of our revenue comes in from exports, and the balance from the domestic industry. So we are purely organic chemical manufacturing company. So my requirement or our requirement from the academia would be split up into not only the engineering perspective, but also the organic chemistry. I'm happy that 3 of my scientists are also sitting in this room and they are listening to the whole conversation. I'm sure they're going to get gum. So, but listening to the conversation, it looks like somewhere we are still missing on the collaboration between, or a perfect, the intent is pretty clear, both from the industry and the academia, that there has to be a collaboration. So, the both sides, the beneficial, the students are also ready to collaborate. Now, it is just the mechanism or a modality or a formality or somebody triggering the catalytic reaction which may lead to a final good result. I think that is something which is pending. As Dr. Sir said, from a bad or a good university equipments, I'm happy these days CSR funds are available in all the major industries. Even if we keep a target to allocate a certain number every year, I believe in next, might be 10 years, each and every university will have good equipments available. There would be good infrastructure per se. So that is also a social activity which industry, at least I would be happy to collaborate on in that field as well, if we are able to. But again, see, industries always look at that ROI, return on investment or return on capital employed. So I am not saying that I need the return on the capital or the investment, what we're going to do per se as a return in terms of monetary terms, but we get good candidates whom we can again absorb in our own industry to be able to capitalize. Second, I would say, can we create an incubation or an innovation center? See, pan-India, it is good, but I would be a bit more focused, funnel down the pyramid from a broader to, from a macro to a micro level. In West Bengal, we have a certain handful of decent chemical industries. Can we sit to figure what is the requirement of West Bengal in terms of what products we are importing, which we have a target to manufacture here? For example, if Haldia imports a big portion of product, can we as an MSME can throw in our hat to manufacture those products in India? So it becomes again an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a Make in India initiative, where academia can throw in their hat to be able to develop the product for the industry. So it's a quid pro quo, like Haldia benefits of no import, we benefit from manufacturing setup, and academia benefits from the whole development perspective. And there are, again, West Bengal has always been a powerhouse of education, where a lot of innovations, a lot of new things have always come up. So I'm sure, but again, I would request Mr. Sengupta, team of ICC, if you all can be able to act as a catalyst or trigger this whole reaction taking forward. And I'm sure we can see greater success. We have had success over the years, but I'm sure West Bengal can regain its position in terms of the chemical industry in the next decade to come. Thank you.
That was a great answer, Abhishek ji, and it was caution and optimism both put together, and I think that's what it really is. It was a great answer, but there was a little bit of disadvantage, you know. I mean, whenever somebody gives a good answer, and I remember even in our class days, the teacher always used to ask the same pupil another question. So the next question again goes to you. Now that you had been so candid, can I tell you what are the barriers that prevent the industries and especially MSMEs from investing more deeply in academic partnerships? You did touch upon a few, but I think there were certain things out of political correctness you did not talk about. So if you can have a more forthright answers, and what are the real barriers you think?
Sir, I would add, being an MSME, it is very clear there are our human capital requirement always stays a bit limited in comparison to a large organization. And here we have a section who's part of manufacturing. I'm happy that again we have one of the broadest portfolio of products from a small to a decent volume one, and every product we have developed in the laboratory bench and commercialized to a scale where we are even making some 30,000-40,000 tons per annum. So none of our product is a licensed technology. So we've developed, we can always go back to the drawing board to be able to formulate or to change or to look into what can go wrong in future. So that whole learning experience, the learning curve improvement over the last 20 years of our existence or 25 years of our existence has been there. Now, yes, you can't develop a new molecule every year, so you need a lot of products, etc. Again, it's the coupling of the academia and industry and the interest of the students to come and join the MSME would be something that is the only deterrent what I would feel. I don't remember in last 10 years we have had any retrenchment. I don't know. I think 5 years before we had a long-term service award. I had people who have been much before my existence as well. We've given awards to 35 years of work experience as well in our organization. So that's the thing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Abhishek ji. And Mr. Pathak has been quiet for a while. Now, again, taking from what Abhishek ji just talked about, sir, how can the academic research outcomes be better commercialized or translated into practical solutions for the industry? I mean, this, I think, to an extent would answer his question.
I thought I will just give lots of negative comments on this issue. But then I looked at the back of this auditorium. All these young faces are sitting there. They want to hear something positive from us. Yes, there are lots of problems. Some of them are still playing with their mobiles, actually. See, there are lots of problems. But I believe if both parties are willing, they can try to find a solution. See, when I was doing when I was a postdoctoral fellow in UK, my project and salary was financed by British American Tobacco Company. All right, now the point is, everything, all the data that we were generating in the research was going against the interest of that company. But that company still funded, at least for 1 year, then they gave up, because probably they could not take the results anymore, which was going against the tobacco in general. But this can obviously be a way out if some of the work industries cannot do on their own, if they think that that is probably a waste of time, and they do not want to invest that much money. You know, in academia we work with peanut amount of money, so probably industries can spare it. I give you another example. It's a more recent one. The first one I gave about myself, it's almost 40 years old. A student of mine, he did a PhD with me. His name is Dhruvajyoti Datta. He is a industrial postdoctoral researcher in a company in USA. He was recruited from India, but this company, he's still not an employee. He does not have any formal training how to be part of or associated with the company. But he was recruited, and he is producing fantastic work depending on their requirement. And I think that if you hear this inhibition should stop from the industry side, that they cannot publish papers because then everything will be public and all that. Because the gentleman who is in charge, who is the senior vice president of that company, he has close to 200 publications. Okay, he continues to publish even now. So it is possible to separate exclusively required for the company and which can be made available in the public forum. So these models one can think about. PhD is probably a little bit too much pressure on a company, because if a student does not get publications and all that, 5-year limit is there. But there is not so much pressure if you fund a postdoctoral fellowship, for example, and give little bit of money to the academic organizations to buy chemicals and certain other things. So that this can certainly be a model. I'll give you an example later on in the last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And net, I think your message to the industry is, at times, don't look at immediate gains and try to be supportive. Mr. Vasudeva has been quiet for a while, and he comes from a group which he works for the petrochemical company, but this group that has also been the first Indian group which bought over a technology licensor company, and then along with that has trying to develop digital models, has recently made a foray into a research institute, research university. So I think you come from a very, very typically different sort of an industrial group, that is the Chatterjee group. So obviously your expectations are going to be different from run-of-the-mill. So Sanjeev, what are your expectations from the academic partners in co-developing future-ready talent and technologies?
I think, so talking a bit about the Chatterjee group, and a lot of this, whatever you do with the industry, between industry and the academia, it all comes from the leadership, right, at the end of the day. Our chairman, he's a visionary. I mean, business is one part, but leaving aside that, the fact he's gone into technology and now into something called TCG Crest, which is a research institute, and I'll talk a bit about TCG Crest, is, the pure intention of and the will from the leadership and for the person to kind of drive this, yeah. So at Haldia Petrochemicals, we have, we bought this Lummus technology, and we do understand there are IP restrictions. When I hear Dr. Pathak, about the restrictions which the industry has as to how much they can share and open up. So it all stems down to IP restrictions, but companies companies like us, which own Lummus technology, have that kind of freedom to interact with academia and find some common grounds. I'm not saying everywhere, but some common areas where we can collaborate together. Talking a bit more about TCG CREST. So the CREST stands for Center of Research for Education and Science and Technology. Yeah, that's what CREST stands for. So basically, it's a deemed to be university, and it's as such a research institute, and the fundamental job of that institute is to do research, partner with different industries, partner with global institutions to work on new technologies. Yeah, it's not a money-making machine. It is more of collaboration and research work across India with different industry bodies, with different academia, and globally. Just to name a few, they are working with IITs, they are working with the University of Berkeley, University of Manchester, University of Singapore, and multiple institutes in India. Yeah, the whole objective is, firstly, knowledge creation, then the knowledge application, knowledge dissemination, and then collaboration. Yeah, with all different parties. So it's not about keeping the knowledge. It's about generating the knowledge, applying it, and then multiplying it. Yeah. There are 6 kind of verticals that the company is working on in the TCG CREST. So one is, the first and foremost is AI. Yeah, so that's one field that the company is working on. The second field is on quantum engineering. Yeah. The third is around solutions for sustainability. The fourth is around cancer. The fifth is around food technology. So you can see they are all very diverse fields, and these are not money-making stuff. Maybe, some organizations look at it that way, but this is fundamental research in the areas which can affect and influence the humanity in a positive way. Yeah. So I see a lot of areas. So TCG CREST is one such example where academia and industry can work together to come up with novel solutions for the humanity for the future. Yeah?
I heard, Sanjeev, you said something about the leadership. So, and would you call Dr. Chatterjee an entrepreneur leader? And whatever that means, he has got a lot of entrepreneurship, and leadership. It's not that these two cannot coexist. So talking about entrepreneurship, would again get back to Dr. Ghosh. Sir, what role should the academic institutions play in nurturing entrepreneurial mindsets among students and researchers?
Well, it's a really very difficult task. I would say, if all of you remember Acharya Ray, that Acharya Ray, he was a teacher in Presidency College that time. And what he did, he established the Bengal Chemical. No one, taught him to how to do this or how to do this. What he did actually, if you read, his life, you will see that first he thought that I want to do some, some kind of apply my knowledge. So first what he did, he did a market survey at that time. What is that market survey? He found that the India that time importing a lot of sulfuric acid from the European countries, especially from the Britain. So he started initially to produce sulfuric acid here in and around Calcutta. And then if you want to do, if we want to, some mindset for the students for the entrepreneurship, first we have to tell the students what are the need of the market at that time, what they should do, because we know how much they know, what is their knowledge. So first thing is the market survey is the most important thing, that what he do. Then you know what Acharya Ray did. First, he prepared many chemicals and himself went from this place to that place, especially for some kind of medicine, and convinced them that these medicine are the better than that you are getting in the market, and it is cheaper. Because if you want to sell your things, that you have to produce some kind of material which are cheaper and which are better. So quality control is very important. And if we say some of our students to this kind of entrepreneurship, usually what I have seen, most of the good students who are the stand first or second or like that, they are not at all interested in this kind of hardship in most cases, because they will get a good job and so they can join a company where everything is ready, so they can do that work. Especially I have seen the students who are not that good in their study, they are better for this kind of entrepreneurship. And for this kind of entrepreneurship, if you say what the university, what the academic institution should do, you first have a entrepreneurship shell. Because in the entrepreneurship shell, you have to tell your students what are the need and how you can do, what are the things, what are the steps that you should have before starting this kind of entrepreneurship. And you have to have that kind of courage. Because especially in the beginning, you will not see any kind of profit. So just let me, in a few sentences, I will just add one of my friends. He was working in a very renowned paint company here in around Calcutta, and after several, he was in the very high position, and then he thought that he will start his own painting business. So, and he left the job and started his painting business. So I met him about, that time he told that he will do this and do that and that like this. After 10 years, he again joined that company and called me. I told, why, what's happened to you? He told, I cannot do. Just he told in Bengali, just Bangalir dara ব্যবসা হবে না. Just he told like this. Because a lot of hardships are required. He told that really I couldn't do. I tried my best. I know everything. I know the market. I can produce good paints because I was there. But I did not succeed for several other reasons. Because there are so many things, if you want to start a industry alone, it is very difficult. So because you need some kind of pollution control certificate. You need some kind of raw materials from where you should buy all these things, where you will sell because when you are selling your paint from a good company, it is easier to sell that paint. But if it's a new company, it will be very difficult to convince the people that this paint is better than and cheaper than your purchasing is from a good company. So if we want to do what the institution should do, I believe the institution should have all the good universities. They must have a cell for the entrepreneurship, which they will help the student to start their own business. And another thing, good thing nowadays many students are going to many industries for the internship. That internship is also, I think, is good. They will play a positive role for this kind of internship. And most importantly, if for the internship, first we have to, tell our students that it is not just like to read and write, read and memorize and write in your answer script, and you will get good marks. Because here to succeed, you need a lot of stamina. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. I think, so what you said was entrepreneur. I mean, everybody cannot really become an entrepreneur. He also generalized it by saying Bengalis especially can't make very good entrepreneurs, and I shall not say anything on that. And the last one which you said that universities and institutions should do something. I think this is what Abhishek ji did talk about, incubation centers. And unfortunately in the Eastern India, I don't hear of any university which has set up their own incubation center for bringing up the entrepreneurship. Because the entrepreneur, but not too many, as compared to the northern and western India, where incubation centers are much more in vogue and a lot of money is going into it. I think there is, I'm not talking of a particular institution, but regionally I think even the universities have thought like Dr. Ghosh that Bengalis, since they can't make good entrepreneurs, let's not have an incubation center. But I think that is changing because the entrepreneurs which you talked about, your friend in the paint company, and today's entrepreneurs are completely different. Today's entrepreneur is more in the knowledge economy. They are more into the digital economy, where I think the mindset, the training, and the rigors, and the availability of seed money, everything is different. So I think that is something all the universities in the eastern region will have to, I'm sure they are, look after. Just skip through it. And let's not get into this entrepreneurship. This is as difficult a subject as innovation, which requires somebody like Dr. Pandit to really make a sense, because these are very esoteric things and very difficult to define. These days, of course, sustainability is something wherever you go. You keep on hearing about sustainability, everything. And the question to Mr. Palchodhary is, how can industry, and why I'm asking you this question is, I think Bamalori's website from 2015 or 16 has got all the sustainability reports. One of the few companies which seem to have started it on their own when there was no mandate quite a while back. And that was pretty impressive. So, Mr. Palchodhary, how can the industry leverage academic expertise to drive sustainability and ESG compliance? ESG, by the way, I hope people are aware of that. It's environment, social and governance, for those who did not. Yes, Mr. Palchodhary.
Okay, so I'll actually answer this question in multiple ways, and I think I'll link the previous couple of questions as well. Now, how can an industry support? So one of the ways that we are supporting, and I'm sure all the industries will have the opportunity to do, is support startups. Now, in fact, Mr. Sothi Selvam is here. He was earlier Director Manufacturing for Vamalori, and during his period, we started investing in startups. And one of the startups that we had invested in is a company named as Kanpur Flower Recycling Company. Kanpur Flower Recycling Company. Incidentally, the partnership worked like this, that it was getting incubated at IIT Kanpur. That's why probably, or maybe they were originated out there. Our partner for identifying the venture was IIM Calcutta's Innovation Park. So, institutes, academia, bringing in incubation ability to size up and say, Professor Pandit talked about innovation, and you just talked about entrepreneurship. There is a thin line, but a very major line is when an innovation is happening, can that innovation have the opportunity, does that potential to create economic value? So this particular company, completely unrelated with what Bamalari has been doing, actually used to collect flowers from, discarded flowers from temple waste, which is going into the rivers like Ganges, etc., etc. So they'll collect that flowers. Obviously, that is a task of cleaning the environment, but it did not stop at collecting the flowers. It brought in technology to create essence out of it, and that essence went into fragrances, agarbattis, etc., etc. And for students out here and for everybody out here, subsequently, this company brought out a brand called Phool, P-H-O-O-L, Phool. And look it up, Alia Bhatt subsequently invested in it, and she's actually the brand ambassador. And it's a very, very popular gifting brand, especially during Diwali and things like that, where you try. Nowadays, obviously, things have changed from trying to gift sweets, so you try to give eco-friendly agarbatti, eco-friendly pataka, etc., etc. So all of that. So I'm taking that as an example to say, as an industry, of course, you cited the fact that we've reported the environment scores, etc., etc., which we've done, and that has been a good conscious step because we've been a front runner or at least precursor to do BRSR, business responsibility report, etc., which subsequently I think is going to be very important as we go forward in our journey. But this is an example which I felt was extremely instructive to say how all of these can tie up and still create economic value. And of course, it's an anecdotal reference, but I think all organizations have great opportunities to partner with startups, and startups will definitely have to lean heavily on institutes, academic institutes, especially for industry. And I think those kind of opportunities will keep coming up. Even now, we are actually likely to invest in a company which is generating construction paver blocks kind of thing from plastic waste. And that fellow, I don't remember the name of the company, they have actually engaged with this very, very senior professor, R. Vasudevan. I think he's known to be the plastic man of India. So they've drawn the, I would say, intellectual power of him. And the circular economy is working beautifully because they have tied up with Calcutta Municipal Corporation, and they are collecting public waste and then giving back construction stuff like paver blocks. And in fact, in one of the warehouses that we are about to set up, the paver blocks are actually from that company. So it's like, I would say, serendipity, but still fantastic example of circular economy, sustainability, etc. So we just have to step forward by supporting, I think, youngsters and startups.
Great. But unfortunately, I think we have run out of time by a long shot. All the answers has been so multidimensional and interesting. I think we can go on and on, but unfortunately everything is finite. I think if I go through the last, I think almost 45 minutes of proceedings, I think by and large, can I say that yes, there are gaps, but I think overall there is a major optimism that academia and industry can work together for the betterment of the economy and the nation. Can one take that as a outcome of the deliberations? Sir? If the panelists who agree with this raise their hands, I think it will make it easier. Okay. Sanjeev, where's your hand? I didn't see your hand being raised, okay. Sir? Yes. Thank you. I mean, it has been a remarkable 45 minutes, and I think if nothing else, I think we all understand that how complex this, it sounds easy, academia, industry, interface, etc., etc. Sounds easy, but there are so many facets to it, so many challenges, expectations are different. But I think things are looking up, and I think another 5 years down the line, we are really going to have great partnerships adding to the welfare of the people as well as the Indian economy. Thank you, my panelists. It has been my absolute pleasure in moderating this. Can I now request Mr. Dr. Gupta to give them a memento? May I kindly call upon Vice Chancellor Mr. Dhrubajyoti Chatterjee, Mr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, SNU Vice Chancellor. We had a concurrent event yesterday, the second Chemistry Olympiad. And as usual, it was a great success. I would request you, sir, to say a few words and then hand over the prizes to the teams.
Thank you very much. Yes. So the panel discussion, what it says and what it's come out at the end, that how far we have gone in this particular direction of academia-industry collaboration. And in that respect, I just wanted to mention that there are a lot of changes which are going on right now. And in general, if we look at the different universities and colleges, specifically the engineering colleges, most of them right now started with Institution Innovation Council, where they are actually trying to have this type of innovation work going on. And in our university, in Sister Nivedita University, we are actually working with this Indian Chemical Council. I really want to thank the Indian Chemical Council for joining hand with us for organizing a very interesting program, which is Chemistry Olympiad for the school and college students. And the school and college students, when we organized the Chemistry Olympiad last time, Chemistry Olympiad 1.0, we got certain amount of responses. But as Professor Pathak is mentioning, that there are so many large number of young students are sitting at the back. Most of them are actually the participants of this Olympiad of this year. So that is the most important thing. The students are here who participated in this chemistry Olympiad, and this is only possible for hand-holding between the Indian Chemical Council as Sister Nivedita University. So I think we should all give a very big hand to the ICC also for this particular purpose. And that is actually showing some sort of positive thing, that because that is where we could find the students, because these Olympiads normally we organize to identify some sort of interest in the students about their creativity, that about how, what are the things that are coming up into their mind. And we really got very, very interesting. The jury board and judges are present over here. And I'm sure they are also agree with us that the students' performance, it's almost 10 schools who participated and the 5 colleges. And all the students are actually demonstrated quite a very insightful skills during this particular Olympiad. And I also want that the Department of Chemistry of our university, Rajdeep De, if you could come over here, the head Rajdeep De, and also
by the way, in between all the winners, you're going to get a small packet today, but don't worry. The prize money will be credited to your bank account by next week.
We have their account number.
I think
Is
that
there.
you'll be contacted, so we are not going to run away. Your prize money will be credited to your bank by next week. Right?
Yes.
And sir, by 2:30 we go to.
Yeah, we have to give the prizes to them actually.
Thanks to Rajdeep, who it was his brainwave last year. It was brilliant. And for the prize distribution, can I again request Dr. Pandit? For the college.
No, the college. Yeah.
Second runners-up, City College.
City College students who are present here.
Can you please come? City College.
Yes, if you come over here.
Can you, the entire team, can you please come over?
It's okay. Second
Next would be
over here, stand
the
here.
first runners-up, Sister
Stand
Nivedita
here.
University.
Stand here. If you can give this particular medal, Professor Pandit, yeah. Razi, তুমি একটুখানি বইয়ের প্যাকেটগুলো দিয়ে দাও. Let's give a big hand to the students.
Great work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sister Nivedita University.
The Sister Nivedita University, you are here? Yeah. So you can move on.
Thank
Sure.
you and all the best.
Yes.
And as the first prize winner, St. Xavier's College, please get ready.
St. Xavier's College, St. Xavier's College.
Well done, all of you. All the best.
All the best. Yes. চলে যাও ওদিকে একটু রাজশ্রী তুমি এগিয়ে যাও, তুমি রাজা নিয়ে যাও, তোমরা একটু সোজা একটা লাইনে দাঁড়িয়ে যাও, একটা লাইনে। হ্যাঁ, সবাই পেয়ে গেছে ফার্স্ট প্রাইজ।
And now we come to the school competition.
Yes, sir.
Second runners-up, Jadavpur Vidyapit.
Thank you. Jadavpur Vidyapit, yes. দাঁড়িয়ে যাও, সোজা হয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে যাও। Debushi, education.
First runners-up, G.D. Bidla Center for Education.
ধরো এটা, thanks. Dina. Okay? Good. G.D. Birla? Yes. Debushi, এদিকে ওদিক দিয়ে দাও। Debushi,
And for the first prize, National Gems High Secondary School. A big hand for them.
The bags. Congratulations.
Well done, girls.
Yes, over here. The check. A big round of applause for them.
For all the winners and all the participants. Thank you so much, Dr. Pundit.
So thank you everybody for making that particular chemistry Olympiad a great success.
Good afternoon. It is indeed of great honor for me to propose the vote of thanks to this august gathering. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor and UGC Professor ICT Mumbai, for accepting our invitation and gracing us with his presence. Thank you, sir. We are also grateful to our panel speakers for their valuable insights on industry academia synergy, and also thanks to our immediate past president, past chairman of ERO for conducting the session. A special thanks to Mr. Vishwanath Chattopadhyay for readily agreeing to deliver today's second lecture at short notice. We deeply appreciate Professor D.C. Mukherjee, Professor S.K. Das, Dr. Rahul Bhattacharya and the entire team of ICS for their support in making this event a grand success. Our sincere thanks to all our partners and sponsors Bamallari and Kong, East India Pharmaceutical Works Limited, Holdia Petrochemical Limited, IVL Dhansari Petrochem Industries Limited, MCPI Private Limited, Sai Sulfonate Private Limited, Shuleka Works Limited, Techno Works Chem Private Limited, and Worker Metro Chemicals Private Limited. We are also grateful to Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, VC, Sister Nivedita University, and Professor Rajdeep De and their team for successfully organizing jointly with ICC the APC Rai Memorial Olympiad for the second consecutive year. Thank you to all the participants and the winners of the Chemistry Olympiad, and to those who have contributed through their technical presentations and presentation of papers. Our heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished guests, members of ICC, ICS, students, and media friends for their valuable presence and support. Finally, I thank our regional chairman, his office colleagues, and the Eastern Regional Committee of ICC, as well as the Director General and the Secretary General and my colleagues in ICC for their support. With this, may I request everyone to carry this with acclamation. Thank you all.
So thank you all. Our
Okay,
next
there is
program.
an announcement.
Our next program will be held after lunch, and the last program will be held in Enasen Hall. Okay. Please proceed for the Enasen Hall for lunch and after lunch program.
One more important thing, we would like to thank the main organizing committee, including Mr. Debarshi Dattagupta, Mr. Chandan Sen Gupta, Mr. Gautam Mukherjee, and the team for conducting this program. Thank you. Have a nice day.